Just let it go. There's a heist in the making, but who's keeping score? A live service dream they built before. A treasure worth stealing, but hearts are so cold. They're digging for gold in a market that's old. Fair games, it'll change the world, but we've heard it before. It's all been unfurled, from Concord's collapse to the squad disgrace. Another live service, another rat race. So just let it go. Don't build this high. A castle of servers crumbles with time, stealing from the rich. Oh, what a thrill to give to the richer and foot the bill. Once we played heroes with tales to unfold. Now it's battle passes and skins to be sold. We don't need no lobbies or daily quests.
I'm vibing!
Just give us a game that lets us rest. The Justice League's dead before it took flight. Fair Games feels like it's chasing that plight. We'll always remember your golden days when storytelling shone in the PlayStation race. So just let it go. Don't build this high. A castle of servers crumbles with time, stealing from the rich. Oh, what a thrill to give to the richer and foot the bill. Oh no, oh no. Dum-dee-dum, oh what a shame, oh what a shame. Scat-dee-doo, burning through, yeah, 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 yeah. God of War and The Last of Us.
I'm
Wasting
vibing!
money and work, no trust. Burning billions and blaming the boys. Herman don't care, he'll just go back to Alloy. Fair games, it's just not your day.
Yeah, that's most definitely
Leave
what's
live
up.
service to those who've lost their way. Sony, we're begging, just let it go. The world's had enough of this shallow show. Just let it go. Don't build this high. A castle of dreams should
Before we
reach the sky. Stealing from the rich. Oh, what a thrill to give to the richer and foot the bill. Imagine a hero shooter where the hero never showed.
That's most definitely what's up.
Imagine a game with a player base that just refused to grow.
I'm vibing!
A 5v5 hero shooter with gameplay that's just okay. And characters that remind me of Tupperware and white bread.
16 times the detail.
No, I'm not talking about Overwatch. Please stop bringing up Overwatch. This game is not Overwatch. It's actually something else. Imagine a game with a story that no one watches. A game that costs $40 that Sony totally botches. It has all my favorite characters, like Lemmy, Dawn, and Craig. At least I think that's what their names are. I never bothered to check. Concord like the grave, your legacy is safe as a game that no one played, and a price that no one paid. Boop-a-doop-ba, deep-a-doop-da, scoop-a-boop-ba, beep-beep-beep-beep-beep, phlegm. Concord was about as good as accidentally peeing on your own leg. Concord, we're here to lay you to rest. We know you tried your best. You copied so much cool stuff just to turn out lame in the end. I'll never forget my favorite moments, like when Hot Sauce Guy jumped. Remember when he jumped? That was really cool. A rat just ran by on my desk, and even the rat didn't want to play Concord, even though I blessed him with the chance. The $40 he could afford, but the rat just stared on in a trance. Rat, 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 rat. Concord's dead. Rat, 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 rat. Concord's dead. The Costco guys made more money than you. They were just on Jimmy Fallon too. Imagine Lennox being on Jimmy Fallon, because I literally can't. The rat on my desk is eating all my Cheerios and grapes, and also Concord is dead. Concord like the grave, your legacy is safe as a game that no one played, and a price that no one paid. Rat-a-ta-ta, beep-a-da, boop. Skim, milk, the rat freak, doo-da, doo-da. A guy said he really liked it, and then a bunch of rats ate his face. That's the sound he made when Concord passed away. I wish things turned out different, but either way I'm getting paid. Concord's dead, Concord's dead, and boy is my face red. When the game came out, everybody overslept. Concord's dead, Concord's dead. Holy crap, Lois, Concord's dead. When the game out, people played everything else instead.
Welcome, welcome. Now just for another 35 minutes of music, and then we'll get started. I'm kidding. Have you ever been to a stream where it's like a solid 45 minutes of intro? I once was like, I won't say who the streamer was, maybe you guys can guess, but there's a streamer, I was like, I wonder what they're up to today, and I booted into their stream. They'd been live for like 25 minutes, and it was just silent. It was like starting soon. So, okay, they're probably just doing something. And I left. I came back like 20 minutes later, so live for 45 minutes. And it was on the same thing, but now there was like some music playing and stuff. Didn't start the stream till like an hour and a half in. I was like, what? Maybe that's the strategy. Maybe that's what I need to do. Just have a massive waiting room for like 2 hours. Maybe that's the play. Was it Joe Rogan? Does Joe Rogan count as a streamer? Because he does live stream some podcasts, I guess. Does he count as a streamer? That would be funny if he did. I don't think he does, because I think a lot of them he just publishes, but maybe not. I don't know. Some VTubers have like that long waits. I mean, that doesn't shock me. And I know that there's some streamers that they stay live like 24/7, and so they'll just put it on like a BRB screen for like 8-9 hours. I remember seeing a TikTok where Amaranth was saying that her biggest streams are the ones where she's just sleeping. She's like, it's kind of like, it kind of hurts your feelings a little bit that people are more interested in watching you sleep than hearing you talk, but what are you gonna do? So can you imagine literally making money in your sleep? It's crazy. Sean, thank you for that one. 2 months. Ooh, baby, love the content. Love you, my friend. Thank you. Chanster, thank you for the sub with Prime as well. 6 months. Ooh, baby, love that too. Favorite game so far of 25 also counts if you're currently playing something for review. Unless I'm not allowed to talk about the thing I'm playing for review. See, yeah, you're being sneaky. I know what you're trying to do right now. I know what you're trying to do. I see you. I see you. I'm sniffing what you're stepping in. No, I mean, no shock. Probably KCD 2. I just freaking love that game. It's tremendous. It's fantastic in pretty much every way. So that's my stance, and I'm sticking to it. You can't make me change my mind. There's nothing you can do to change my mind. I love me some KCD2. It sounds like some of you guys also were finishing it over the weekend, which is awesome. Love to see that. Love to see that. Love to see that. Reviews for Avowed ended up being more mixed than I thought. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it goes in with expectations. I like the game. I think the game is like the perfect Game Pass title, because I think if it were just releasing for $70, it would be a disaster, because I don't think it's worth 70. But I think for a Game Pass title, it's a great game. You play it, you try it, and if you don't click with it within in the first 90 minutes, whatever, who cares? You just move on with your day. But it was like, for me, it was just so hella broken. It was just a train wreck. I think tomorrow is the official release. So tomorrow, I think I can show you the videos and stuff of some of the glitches and bugs and crashes I had. Because at one point, I was working with somebody at Obsidian, one of their like QA people, on a fix for a bug I had. Because I had an issue where it was an entire zone of the map. You just couldn't go into huge portions of it. So like, if you imagine this is the map area. Okay, this is a later game area. But there was an entire bubble like here that you just couldn't go into. You would run up here, game crashes. You run around this way, game crashes. You run around this way, game crashes. You try to go up and then back around, game crashes. It was amazing. And so I had to film all of these repeated crashes in different attempts to get into that area. Because guess what? There just so happened to be a quest that led me right into the middle of it that I couldn't complete because the game would crash in that area. So I filmed all of this stuff for their help, and they didn't end up like fixing it or doing anything with it. They basically said, "Oh, that's weird. We'll work on a fix for later." And somebody asked, did they fix it with the day 0 patch for early access? Not that problem. That problem's still there for me across platforms. I don't know what it is. Yeah. G Mendes, geez. Thank you for the 10 months, King Luke. I only played a few hours of Monster Hunter World, but I'm really excited to play Wilds. Could you please tell me how not to suck at it? Number 1 tip for Monster Hunter. I should have thought of a tip before I said number 1. Pick up everything you see. Like from the start, you see herbs, pick up herbs. You see a fire herb, pick up the fire herb. You run over there. Ooh, there's a paratoad. Take out your net, capture the paratoad, stuff like that. Pick up everything. Number 2, for the love of God, this drives me the most crazy. Okay. Take time to customize your radial wheels. You can like hold down the button, it pulls up the radial wheel, and you can quickly use the right stick to select Mega Potion or put on your mantle, whatever it is. Customize that and get used to using that. It's so much faster than like what you see some people do where they like flip through the individual things on the bottom right bar thing. Take time to customize your radial wheels, okay? Also, for the love of God, and all that's good and holy, take time to build out like a bunch of different loadouts and what do they call them? I think loadout is what they call them. But basically, like, you have your armor set that pairs specifically with this weapon. This weapon is a shock weapon. This armor set buffs that specific thing that I need. Maybe you have a really high affinity build you're doing, have a separate loadout for that. Because chances are you will encounter monsters that are specifically weak to very specific things. And it's way easier if you've taken like an hour to build out all of your loadouts carefully so that you can just select it and go. I think that's the way. As for other stuff, the obvious one is like take time to invest in good armor sets and weapons. A lot of people try to just like blast through the games and they don't really take time to go out and do 5-6 hunts to get the materials they need to craft an armor set that's better. They just kind of drift through, and then they get frustrated when the game is getting really tough at the end, and it's because like, well, you didn't do the groundwork. You gotta put in the work. So I'd say stuff like that. You know, in a lot of ways, it's like focus on the fundamentals. You know, there's some people that are really, really good at Monster Hunter, don't get me wrong, but ultimately they get really good at Monster Hunter after starting on the fundamentals of like having the proper loadouts, having a build that makes sense. And at launch, it's going to be weird because there's not a lot of discovery that's happened so far, but within a few months, you'll see on like the subreddits and stuff, people build like Excel spreadsheets calculating the best possible way to get the best armor set for this specific monster. Like people go full neckbeard on it, and it's awesome, but that just takes time. So in the meantime, just focus on those fundamentals and you'll be okay. Yeah. People they hit a wall with Monster Hunter because they make it harder than it has to be, because they don't do the groundwork, you know? Let's see. I should love Monster Hunter, but I played World and just couldn't get past feeling bad, chopping bits off. Feeling bad, chomping bits off, the monster limping away injured. Too sad. Dude, it's funny. My wife, one time, she came, I think we were playing it in my college house, and she came in the room, and we're doing, like, me and some of my college buddies were doing a hunt of, like, I think it was an Anjanath or something, and we chopped off its tail, and she was like, "What are you doing?" It was horrifying for her. So it's funny you say that, because I know other people that have had the exact same reaction. So that's funny. Yeah, that's funny. By the way, while everybody's in here, if you get a like on the stream, that does help things. So do that, and my mods won't get mad at me, okay? Thank you, friends. Caleb, think of five. Does KCD2 have the same level of head bob that 1 did? Trying to go back and play 1, I forgot how bad it was. It's basically unplayable for me. I don't think so. I remember, I don't remember if I installed a mod or if it was a menu setting, but I remember having trouble with the head bob in the first game, and in the second game, I never had that problem. So I would guess it's better, or I got used to it. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. Let's see. Lonely Fates, thank you for the 2. Hey, Luke, you saw me getting Siege X. Yeah, Siege X is interesting. I don't know much about Siege. I've tried to play a few times, but every time I've gone in, I'm like, I don't know if I care enough to grind this out and get really good at it. Yeah, I guess we can touch on this real quick. News, Abba! So, Siege X. It's been rumored and speculated for a while that there's going to be some overhaul to the game because people, love to jump on Ubisoft for any number of reasons. But the thing you got to remember is that they are sitting on a cash cow called Rainbow Six. It just prints money. It's ridiculous. You remember there was that whole scandal, I think last summer, where they tried to introduce, or I think they did introduce, a subscription model similar to other, big games that have done stuff like that. And everybody lost their minds, and there was talks of boycotts and people walking away from the game. Turns out they didn't. They kept playing, and they kept spending money, and people still paid it. And so they just had their earnings call, and literally Rainbow Six at this point is one of two things that's holding up all of Ubisoft. Like, they have 20,000 employees, and their entire company is held up by Rainbow and then Assassin's Creed. It's crazy, okay? But it's because it just prints money, and the people that play it play the crap out of it. They really, really do. There's not a lot of competition on the same level when it comes to Rainbow Six. And I mean, part of what's helped them be really successful, it seems to me, looking in from the outside, is that they've been around for long enough that they've been able to build up this community where they can do tournaments, where they can do a lot of community-based events, where they can support the streamers that are playing the games and stuff. And that goes a long way. And that's something that startup games trying to break into this just don't have the resources to do that, unless you're like a Tencent or something like that can just throw money at stuff. But as you see, Ubisoft officially announces Rainbow Six Siege X, quote, the biggest transformation in the game's history. So the other term for this is overhaul, which is more of what I've heard it referred to as. This year marks the 10th anniversary of of Ubisoft's ever popular tactical shooter, the company's biggest and longest running success of the last decade outside AC. This weekend, Ubisoft revealed a teaser video for Rainbow Six Siege X and described it as, quote, the biggest transformation in the game's history, end quote, that was set to introduce, quote, new ways to play, deepened tactical gameplay, and major upgrades all around. And this is the video that they shared showcasing this. Okay, so I know what you're thinking. Is this just like an adult entertainment spin-off game? No, that's not what the X means, apparently. I know, I'm just as disappointed. Apparently, it basically just is like the new trend where, you know how Apple started calling everything Ultra or Pro, and then everybody else started calling everything Ultra or Pro? I think that's what's going on here. X is the new thing. You just call things X and it means it's cool. So they have the official reveal coming Thursday the 13th, but in a blog post, they say it's a new era for the game, one that sets the stage for the years to come, that's designed to, quote, reinforce Rainbow Six Siege's position at the top of tactical first-person shooters. So, as you can see, a sequel, this is not. It's hard to say what this is. I mean, there's been rumors and leaks for a while as to what this is expected to be. The expectation is that it's going to be a major graphical overhaul. So they're going to upgrade pretty much everything, you know, in the game. There's been talk of potentially removing support for last gen consoles and platforms and hardware, meaning that they would push everybody into modern hardware to overhaul like destructible environments and have you remember like with Counter-Strike 2 when they introduced the whole like new smoke mechanic and how the bullets can go through the smoke and alter the positioning of it. I think the goal is to basically do that kind of overhaul. I think that's the goal. My fear whenever I hear overhaul is that they're going to break a bunch of stuff while trying to overhaul it, and it's going to take 3 years to fix everything. Because I mean, sometimes it goes well. Sometimes it really, really doesn't go well. just saying. As you can see, Joshua Mills held the stage at the Six Invitational before roaring crowd and explained, it's not Siege 2 and it's not just another update. It's a major evolution. We're expanding and reinforcing the very foundation of Siege to ensure it remains the pinnacle of tactical PvP first-person shooters. This means major graphical and audio upgrades, refined game feel, and new ways to enjoy the game, all while staying true to what makes the core of Siege so special. And they say, it's such a significant leap forward that we can't possibly do justice here at the Six Invitational. And they're going to showcase it March 13th in Atlanta, doing a full reveal, special event for it. Graphical audio upgrades. Okay, cool. Like whatever they call it, spatially traced audio or something. That's cool. That stuff is cool, especially for tactical shooters. That's important to have good audio. Refined game feel. Not sure what that means. That can mean almost anything. And new ways to enjoy the game. I need your help, chat. What does that mean? What does that mean? What is a new way to enjoy the game? When I think of a new way to enjoy the game, I think of new platforms. Or like new input, something. Like a new way to enjoy the game just feels weird. Rule 34 support. That's where the X comes from. Oh, it's all coming together. Mobile, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like a mobile or a Switch 2 port, something like that, where it's like it's a new way to enjoy Rainbow on the go. That's what it makes me think of. Maybe It just means that like, oh, there's a new streamer community mechanic where like the community can be more involved in like environmental changes for competitive sessions where streamers and their communities can be more intertwined. Maybe something like that. I don't know, but I don't know. It's interesting. New game modes. That could be the other thing. If it's just a new game mode or a couple new game modes, that could be seen as a new way to enjoy the Rainbow Six experience. So that could also be it. I hope it's not mobile, because whenever you port stuff to mobile, it tends to degrade the complexity of things. If you want to do a spin-off Rainbow game, cool. I think they already are doing that. At least I think. It wouldn't surprise me. I don't know. But if they were just adding new game modes, that would be fine. I'd be fine with that. They've let 100 creators play test it. Oh, well, there you go. Cool. Hopefully, you know, they got good feedback. Because sometimes one thing I've seen before is like these stories. I was at an event where I was talking to a TikToker, shocker. And the TikToker said that they had gone and they had talked with, I don't think they're even open anymore, but it was a new company that was trying to do a live service thing, like a startup kind of deal. And they had brought him in as an expert gamer because he had like 1 million followers on TikTok to consult on the game. And this is one of the guys that like jokingly said he doesn't play games because he just likes getting the views and stuff. Like literal grifter. Okay. But this guy is like, yeah, no. And I consulted on it, and, you know, they showed me a bunch of stuff, and I started asking what did they show? He's like, well, you know, the thing was built around these NFT things. And he was like, I don't know if you know what NFTs are, but it's a super cool crypto thing where you can get rich by playing a game. I told him I thought it was a brilliant idea. I thought it was fantastic because the idea of playing a game and then I could become a millionaire just by playing that game was such a cool idea. I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. It's like, I don't. Oh my God. But that's the problem, is that's the kind of people that sometimes they get advice from, is people like that. And then shocker, their company went belly up because they followed his advice. So, and I'm sure other people like him, but I you know, sometimes when you get creators involved, it can go great if the creator actually is involved in the community and knows what they're talking about. It can be very, very useful. Sometimes it isn't. That's an example, I think. So I'll just leave that there. Yeah. Oh my God. That I have a lot of stories of that guy. I know a lot, to be clear, I know a lot of other TikTokers and streamers and stuff who are wonderful, delightful people, and they're true gamers and they just make short form content. And that's totally fine. I love a lot of my TikTok friends, but I've found that there's a whole hell of a lot more like actual grifter types in the TikTok area that do not care at all or know anything about the gaming community or industry, but just have a big number next to their name because of TikTok. And so companies think that their opinions are worth more. And it's so funny. It's so funny because they end up digging themselves into holes real quick. But anyway, all this to say, Rainbow Six X, Siege X, whatever it's called, is coming. They're doing the full reveal in March. We'll see what that looks like. I think probably new game modes, graphical overhauls, audio overhauls. I think as a result, the game also won't run as well as it did before, because whenever you crank games fidelity, typically performance can take a hit. So hopefully they've polished the crap out of it. That's going to be a huge deal. If people are used to getting, say, 120 frames a second, and then the game looks way better, but it runs at 70 or 60 frames, people will be upset about it. So optimization is going to be a big thing, I think. And it's going to be interesting to see if they cut off previous gen console support, because that's been, I think, a big boon for their player counts for a long time. So we'll see if they do that, but time will tell. Yeah, new X experiences. Yeah, exactly. You can tell why an executive would be really, really excited at the concept of that. Okay. Let's shift forward real quick. Where was this one? Where did I put this tab? I put it somewhere. Here it is. News document. At the start of the stream, if you've never been here at the start of a stream, I should say. Well, let me get this real quick, and then I'll start this. Kappa Claus, thank you for 20 months. Oh, baby. Depending on the dollars or the cost, it could be a good thing for players who feel it's too late or too much to get into the game now. Cheers. Thank you, my friend. And yeah, I do think if they could streamline the onboarding process for new players, I think it would help a lot. Because I'd be interested in playing the game, but it feels like you either are an expert or a total noob and there's no in between. And there's not a lot of way to steadily get up to expert level without being curb stomped. At least for me in my experience. It's the same reason I've tried playing League of Legends, and you play one session and you're like, everybody's so mean. You're like, I'm good. I have no idea what I'm doing. And I don't care that much to learn how, like, what I'm doing. So I'm just not going to play. And I think if you can streamline that onboarding process so it's easier for players to go from just starting first game to competent and then to experienced and then to very good, that's a big part of these live service things. They got to find a way to walk players up that ladder, you know. I'm forever in the in-between, aren't we all? Aren't we all? Okay. Yeah, dumb move to play League. Exactly. Yeah, that was my first mistake. That was my first mistake. Oh, never play League. Never play League. Okay, you ready? Let's do it. So, news segment. If you guys haven't been here at the start of the streams, we play these songs that are generated with Suno, and they're just fun, silly songs making fun of Concord or Herman Hulst destroying PlayStation with Jim Ryan, stuff like that. But one of the songs I played today was about giving up and moving on from Fairgame $, because it's a game about stealing from the rich, giving to the poor, but the player actually fits the bill, even though that's like literally the opposite of what you're doing by buying the game. You're giving your money to a multi-billion-dollar corporation and then pretending as though you're engaging in something that's more noble because you're robbing from digital rich people. It's very funny. It's very stupid. And it's one of the most out of touch game concepts I've seen in a long time. It's just cringy as hell. But it's been expected to come this year. They released a trailer. Was it last year or the year before? Fairgame $. I don't actually remember exactly when they revealed it. It was May of 2023, going on 2 years ago. They dropped this trailer and it was so roundly mocked. It's actually largely been forgotten, which is what's really, really funny. I've talked about this on stream a handful of times because this is, I think, Concord 2.0 is what it looks to be based on these trailers. Or this trailer, this is the only one we've gotten. But I've always been amazed that people will respond in the comments, be like, what? Oh, I forgot about this game. I thought they canceled this. People always forget about it, but it's apparently one of Sony's like up and coming big things they're very confident in. Remember, they canceled the Blue Point live service game that was a God of War spinoff in a big, big franchise. They canceled the whatever live service game the Days Gone devs at Sony Bend were working on. They canceled those, but they kept this. This game is still in production, okay? And it's literally like themed around you playing against other teams to rob billionaires, and you take the money and it's okay because you took the money from somebody that was rich, and that makes like theft okay. Okay, also give us $40 for the game, or $70, whatever they're going to charge for it, because they still insist they're pursuing premium live service games that cost money up front too. It's just cringe. Like, it's just really cringe. And maybe the gameplay is really fun, but all we can go on is what we've seen so far, which is a really cringy trailer. In fact, there's a QR code at the end of it. If you are brave, you can scan this QR code yourself right now on screen. When you do, it's going to take you to a website, and I just want you to look at the address of the website, because if I recall, it is taketheir.money. I just double checked. Yeah. Taketheir.money is the web address. You're kind of saying the quiet part out loud. They're like, oh no, you copied the headline of the email from the executive that greenlit this project. Take their money. It's really, really bizarrely out of touch. Now, the thing to understand about this, the reason it seems like they've been so interested in this project is because it's from a company called Haven. And Haven is actually a brand new studio. I don't think they've ever released anything before, but it's from a group of devs from, this is going to shock you, especially when you look at this. It's a group of former Ubisoft developers, I believe in Montreal, and also a lot of former Google engineers, which is interesting. And apparently when you go to their website, the website for Haven as a studio, it's interesting because loading, their website hasn't really been updated in a long time. They've gone kind of silent since that trailer was received very poorly, but you see they're still hiring a lot of people. Okay, technical producers, AI programmers, senior gameplay programmers, user experience researcher, gameplay network programmer. They're hiring people. They're still working on something, but you see their last like big post, March 27th of 2024, women at Haven, back in March, almost a year ago, was their last like community post, and their website is formatted like ass. What is this? Jesus, this is like Wix.com on steroids. But beyond that, you see they've got the official launch event, October of 2022. And in this, they talk a ton about cloud computing and cloud stuff. Axios, you see new PlayStation studios trying to reinvent game development. What they say specifically, they're trying to craft a better way to make games by moving development into the cloud. What? Haven's vision, he explained, would replace the status quo of developers needing to huddle around a monitor to compare notes or check their progress. Instead, games would be built on cloud servers with changes visible to all collaborators in real time. The level designer is modifying it at her computer, and everybody who's playtesting it is seeing those changes, says Cerny. Okay. So their whole goal, they even say right here, more than 30% of Haven's 115 or so developers are now working on cloud-based development tools, artificial intelligence, and machine learning with an eye towards streamlining development. This was back in October of 2022, well before like the huge crazy push into AI that we've seen in the last like year and a half. So before that. And so Sony bought them, it seems, because they were interested in the tools they were building, not necessarily the video game, okay? Because all of the headlines, all of the discussion about this, they're like, yeah, we're also making a game, but we're interested in the process, in overhauling the tools and stuff. So it seems as though they didn't want to lay off people at Haven because they think the tools they're building are what's really, really useful and what could actually come back to help them. But ultimately, they are not a like an engineering company. They are a development studio. They have a lot of game developers working there. And the whole goal, it seems, has been that Fairgame was going to bankroll their development of these tools, and they would use the money from Fairgame to build out these tools that could then be shared across PlayStation's portfolio of studios, which again is a fine idea. And that's sort of what happened if you think of like Fortnite, where Epic Games built Fortnite, and then that is using the Unreal Engine, and that funds the development of Unreal Engine to the point where now tons of companies use it. And I think that's what they were trying to do. Problem is, Fairgame looks like hot donkey ass, at least based on the one trailer we've seen, which is not a great way to start your pursuit of a massive like overhaul of the games industry. It's just not where you want to be. You don't want people to see your trailer and immediately start cringing. You want them to go, oh, that looks cool. That looks cool. Like later, we're going to look at Tides of Annihilation, that game that looked too good to be true, the graphically insane one. We're going to look at this, but that was based off of one trailer. We saw one trailer and we thought that looks badass. That's what you should hope to see from a trailer, right? Not this. And I mean, now you can see even in the comment section, this should tell you everything you need to know about the current viewpoint towards the game. Eat the rich, said the giant Corporation. Also, please buy our overpriced battle pass and microtransactions. Guys, we're going on a heist. Prepare yourselves. All right, let me just put my giant hoop earrings in. You want to know about us? No. Want to see me lose $400 million? Want to see me do it again? You can actually feel Sony sweating nervously through the screen. Sony's not looking for a game of the year. Sony's looking to break the 12-day record. Concord. A lot of people think this is just going to be Concord 2.0, and I think Sony is worried about that too, which is why all of this builds up to what could have been. This is why it's always so funny. People are like, Luke, this whole clip could have been 30 seconds long where you just read the title of the article. Yeah, but context, my friend, and watch time, man. That's part of it. This leads me to the point of this video, of this whole segment. Sony's PS5 live service title, Fairgame $, has reportedly slipped. It's now, reportedly, looking to release next year. They booted it out of 2025 and into 2026. Now, this is according to Jeff Grubb, who claimed in a podcast this week that co-op heist shooter, first announced nearly 2 years ago, has been internally delayed to 2026. Announced in 2023 with no release window, Fairgame $, is described by its creators as a fresh, modern take on the heist genre. I always get nervous when I hear fresh, modern take. I'm like, oh God, here we go. The PS5 and PC game is the debut title from Haven, blah, blah, blah. Creative director Mathieu Ledoux said on the game, in a nutshell, this is a thrilling competitive heist game where you join an underground movement to rob the ultra rich and rebalance the scales. Okay. Sure. He added, Fairgame $, will give you an opportunity to break... Fairgame $, will give you an opportunity to break the rules as a modern-day Robin Hood, a thrill seeker, or just someone that wants to collect cool loot. Trespass inside forbidden locations around the world, fill your pockets like a kid in a candy store, and unravel nefarious plans of untouchable billionaires. This game was literally greenlit by a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Like, what? It's just so cringy, dude. I cannot believe that they did it. And like, here's the other thing. They show all these pictures of like, you know, the people that are greenlighting these projects they're founding it. You know, this is Jade Raymond, a former head honcho over at Ubisoft, a well-known, you know, industry veteran. So Jade, Leon O'Reilly, and then PS5 architect Mark Cerny. These are all multi-millionaires, you know, but yeah, no, eat the rich. It's just so freaking funny to me. It's so stupid. I can't wait. It's going to be so stupid and funny. Oh man. You know, not everybody gets joy out of cringe, but man, I eat it up. It gives me life, man. I just thoroughly enjoy some Schadenfreude. And you know, Suicide, we were eating good last year. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League. We had Concord. I mean, it was a tasty year if you enjoy watching things crash and burn that deserve to crash and burn. And I was excited for this because I thought this was going to be like a pretty good time, but I guess we'll just have to wait till next year. But there we are. I'd like it if we could stop cringing. Yeah, ultimately, like, here's the deal. We all should root for more good games, but I'm a firm believer that there's some concepts that you just can't, like, you can't salvage. Okay. The Saints Row reboot. I don't think there was any way to take that idea and make that work. I don't think you could take an idea of insufferable, like 20 somethings who nonstop rant about like eating the rich and also down with the patriarchy and also complaining about student loans constantly. I don't think you could take that and then find a way to make it work as a video game that people would connect with, because it's just such a stupid idea to begin with. It just is a bad concept. Same with Concord. There was no way where you could like, yeah, it's basically Overwatch, but worse. we're going to charge $40 for it. And there's like no real game modes, and all the character designs are so distractingly bad that is all anybody's talking about. Not even the gameplay being mediocre. All anybody can talk about is how bad the character designs are. Like, there was no salvaging that idea. And when you see something like that, especially something that I think is really bad for the industry, which is this nonstop push for live service stuff from studios that are otherwise quite capable, I think it's good, and dare I say even noble, to call it out and to wave the red flags and hold their feet to the fire. You know, I think there's some live service concepts that are good, that can add to the player experience. I mean, obviously, I enjoy Marvel Rivals, for example. I play it with my brothers and my wife. We all hop on and have a great time. That's a concept that I think was really well executed and fun. And it was just delivered really well. I think it's priced fairly. You know, how they've monetized it, I think is fair. I think that's a really good example for everybody to look to. Whereas you see some of the other attempts for live service adaptations of stuff, and I think it's slimy, and I think it's bad for the industry. So I think it's important to call these things out when you see them, and to hold their feet to the fire and hold them accountable and push them to be better. Because ultimately, the companies will do whatever they can get away with. They'll push and push and push, and until they see some repercussions and consequence, they'll keep doing it. And in 2017, gamers had to stand up against the loot box crap with Battlefront 2 and with Shadow of War. And then they kind of like chilled out for a while. And then we had to stand up and freak out about the NFT stuff because that was getting so stupid and insane. And then they calmed down on that. And then they started pushing everything, having battle passes in. Then they calmed down with that a little bit. So I think you just gotta, you know, and then Sony's big push the last like year or two, really like 3 or 4 years, but we've seen most of it the last year or two. It has been having their first party single player studios work on live service stuff, which is just the most insane asinine thing ever. To have Bluepoint, the magicians that made Demon Souls work and so beautifully recreated, to have them working on a God of War live service spin-off game. Like, you have to be so, I don't even know what the word would be. Like, not just out of touch with what gamers actually want, but you also have to be so like dismissive of the actual talent that your studio has. It's just, yeah, dull, dim-witted, sinful. Sinful. That's a funny term. Yeah, it's just like so dim-witted to do that and then expect that we would all see it. Oh, it's Kratos with an axe and I can put him in a unicorn outfit I paid $20 for. Like, it really betrays, I think, a real maybe contempt or it shows what they think of their players and of the gaming community, that they think they're so dull and dumb that gamers would give them money for something like that. It's really insulting, I think, to the broader community and industry. And the people that are making those decisions that speak so lowly of gamers, I think those people deserve to be called out for that. I think that that's the thing. So anyway, fair game $, we'll have to wait till next year, but it just means that next year there's going to be all the more focus on it. It does seem like the Horizon multiplayer game is still slated for this year, so we should probably still see that. That, I think, stands a chance of being impressive. Whether it finds an audience or not, I don't know. Because if it doesn't come out this summer, and there's still been no announcement or anything, there's a strong chance that they could end up launching either close to GTA 6 if they're still targeting this year, or if they slip into next year, I mean, they could be launching the Horizon Online game next to GTA Online's Overhaul, which would be the most hilarious self-own you could possibly do. Like, already Horizon has a history of releasing right next to big games that dominate the discourse instead of, getting the full limelight. The first game launched right next to Breath of the Wild on the Switch 2, or the original Switch. And then Horizon Forbidden West launched right next to Elden Ring for some reason. And it would be really, really freaking funny if they tried to put the Horizon multiplayer online live service Fortnite game right next to like GTA Online. I think that would be freaking hilarious. So we'll see. But that's still allegedly coming. We have Marathon. There's rumors and speculation that maybe Marathon is revealed in like April-ish, maybe even March. So we should see that soon. So Sony still has a lot of live service stuff coming, but Fairgame $ specifically, we're going to have to wait a little while longer for. But they're not giving up on it. Sony, hear me out. Fly me to Montreal. Let me see Fairgame $. If it's good, and like imagine if I end up being an advocate for the game. Wouldn't that be great? But the deal is I have to be able to make fun of it if I hate it. Okay, that's the deal. I'll come out and I'll tell you thumbs up, thumbs down. You got to cancel it or it looks great. But if it looks bad, I get to make fun of it. Okay, that's the deal. Don't come to Montreal for now. It's buried in snow. I believe that, actually. I do follow some people. I do follow some people who live in Montreal on X, and one guy posted a picture and he had like 3-4 feet of snow. Like he had opened his front door and it's just 4 feet of snow and he's having to dig his way out to the street, which is pretty funny. Yeah, look, if you end up being an advocate for Fairgame $, I'm quitting YouTube and gaming altogether. Can you imagine if? But that's what I've never understood, is that they'll have people that are like pretty critical of the games, that they're like, okay, these people are unconvinced. They don't see it. And instead of trying to convince those people, they just kind of try to ignore them. And then they just double down on the fanboys that are super stoked on it. And then they're shocked when nobody believes the fanboys that are reviewing it. Like with freaking Redfall, where a lot of people were like, I don't know, man, it seems weird to have this studio doing a live service game. What are we doing? Looks really crappy. And then you get a couple of Xbox YouTubers who are like, this has the potential to be the best game Microsoft has ever made, and potentially a Game of the Year contender, especially when you consider what the Studio Arcane has done before. And it's like everybody is laughing their asses off that somebody could suggest such a stupid thing. But like those are the people that they keep giving access to, and they're like shocked when people don't believe them, you know? Like, what do you mean you didn't believe the fanboy? Like, what did you mean? We thought you would be super convinced. It's like, no, like everybody else has eyes and can see that this looks like ass. We're not just going to believe some guy on X that's saying it's game of the generation, you know? Because that it's not. It's pretty clearly not. Yeah. Thing is, people like you and us aren't the target audience anymore. They target 12-year-old hyperactive kids hopped up on Monster Energy that watch 3 screens at the same time all day. I think so, but like that's the thing, is I think that a lot of these companies don't know who gamers are. Like, I think they have an idea in their head of who gamers are, and I think that that's what it is. I think their idea of what a gamer is like that. I think they imagine kids that are playing Fortnite as the target audience, and they're like, well, young kids love I Show Speed, and they love you know, doing the gritty or something. Like, they just have all these ideas in their head of what they think gamers are, and then when they put something together trying to appeal specifically to them instead of just making a good game, they end up shocked that things don't click together and don't work, you know? Young kids don't have money. I think that's what they've realized with some games like KCD2, for example. Or maybe the best example of this is freaking Star Citizen. How much money have they raised now? Let's see. Star Citizen is a game like built for 40-year-old single white men. Let's just be real. Don't worry. Okay, before people freak out, there is a lot more, like, it's a broad audience. There's a lot of people that like Star Citizen, but it's a game built for like 40-year-olds that have expendable income. Okay, that's what it is. And as a result, look at this. They've raised $787 million, and the game's not out yet. The game has no release date. They did recently fire a lot of people and restructure a lot, but they also, like, I think they did it to try and force a release date, because they're like, guys, we've been taking way too long. Let's get this done. So I'm interested to see what happens now that they've laid off a lot of those senior people that were potentially being, difficult. But look, just on the 11th of this month, just less than a week ago, they made over $1 million in a single day. That's insane. That's crazy, dude. In a month, they made just under $7 million in January. In December, they made $18 million. In November, they made $20 million. They had their big event in November. Like, they're raking it in, man. They're raking it in. And that's where the money, like, really comes from. It's from those people that are 30, 40 years old, have followed the game for a long time. They have expendable income. And specifically, Star Citizen is such a massive project that it is a lot of people's hobby. They're not even like gamers. They play Star Citizen. It's a separate thing. It's like the guys that get really into Microsoft Flight Simulator. Those people, technically, they're playing a video game. But I think the people that are really, really into it, that have the flight sticks and they have got the pedals and the throttles and all the full sim stuff, they're flight sim players. They're not gamers in the same way that you might consider somebody that bought Starfield to be a gamer, right? And as a result, they're willing to spend a lot more money on their hobby because it's all they do. They just play Star Citizen. That's what they do. And so that's where the real money is, I think. And it's the same thing where you see it, like we just talked earlier in the stream about Rainbow Six X and all that. There's a lot of people that Rainbow Six is their hobby. They don't even like play any other games. That's what they play. Same with Call of Duty, same with Fortnite, same with freaking Rocket League. There's some people that's all they play. It's ridiculous. I don't know how they do it. I'd go crazy. Thank you, Blake.
Blake Rogers donated $10 through Super Chat. A lot of game devs forget that people who gamed in the PS2 and 360 era are still around in their mid-20s and 30s. We also have money and still play games. Make games for us, we actually buy games. Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. And when you get a good game that's just designed to be a good game, you see it received very positively. I mean, I think KCD2 is a great example of that. It sold over 2 million copies in the first 2 weeks. And it's because people, like, word of mouth has been traveling. It's highly praised. Of course, there's been some people raging about it, trying to act as though it has to be a disaster. But those people, I'm not sure many of them play games to begin with. And, largely I think they've been mocked and dismissed by the broader community. Because when you play KCD2 and you see what it's like, it's kind of undeniable that it's a very impressive game. It may not be for you, but it's very, very impressive, Very, very impressive. I think that's bad actors. Well, it's I think people acting in bad faith. They're not actually trying to evaluate the game for what it is. They're holding it up against a puritanical test, and then when it fails, they go ree and freak out. It's the same exact thing people did back in like 2016? No, maybe 2014, 15, 16, when the whole thing was like, if games had female characters that had like revealing clothing or had a deep V-neck shirt or something, it was deemed as sexist and unreasonable, so you had to boycott it. And then there were campaigns on Twitter at the time trying to get those games canceled because it didn't pass that puritanical test. Or the Gulf of America thing. Exactly, Robert. That story from last week where an IGN reviewer said that they would be docking future games if the game referred to the Gulf of America as Gulf of America instead of the Gulf of Mexico. They would dock the game by like a full point if they ever saw that happen in a game. It's like, so you're not reviewing the game, you're just freaking out like about something you just like about like a political thing. Like, what are we doing? Like, I don't know how anybody could hire you now, but chances are that person's still gonna get hired, still gonna get paid for all sorts of stuff. It's insane and asinine, but that is what it is. Mincy, thank you for the €5. Thank you, my friend. Hey, Luke, are you positive or negative about AI in video games? I personally think it could be an incredible addition if done right. I think the problem is that, I think it's a good question, but I think the problem is AI is such a broad term. It can mean so many different things to so many different people. So I think when people think AI in game development, they think generative AI. So they think you put in a prompt and then it provides a picture and then you use that picture in the development of the game, or some of these even like more ambitious tools where you put in a prompt and it makes a 3D model for you instead of hiring somebody to model that thing for you. Or some of these other tools where it's been rumored that some studios are looking at having AI things like ChatGPT write the game script, write the game story and dialogue for NPCs and stuff. And that freaks people out, justifiably so, I think. Honestly, after playing some of these games like Dragon Age the Veilguard or Saints Row Reboot or Forspoken, honestly, ChatGPT frankly would do a better job, I think, of writing a script. I just being honest, maybe that upsets people. I think honestly they'd probably do a better job. That AI would do a better job. But I think because the terms are so loose and not clear, you have to be very, very precise when you talk about AI in game development. If you're using something like a ChatGPT or a Copilot or something to streamline your notes. Maybe you did a bunch of notes and you wrote down a bunch of ideas in a meeting, and then you use AI to streamline those into a memo and you email that memo to devs. I don't think anybody would be upset about that. I think everybody would be like, yeah, fair point. Okay. Yeah, no, I think that's totally fine. It's just streamlining and optimizing development. But that's technically AI in game development. If you went further and you said, okay, what if we use AI to debug software? There's certain AI tools that are used to debug software and to test stuff. Well, that could potentially take jobs away from software engineers and from QA people. But I think that that's probably okay. Okay, so we'll let that go. What about an AI tool that can be used to actually control an in-game character and can be used for bug testing to try and find bugs? And it's like, okay, well, that's going to take jobs away from QA people. So it just starts to get to the point where you could run into situations where, it's a slippery slope where, one domino falls, the next falls, and the next falls. And that's why these executives love the idea of AI involvement in game development, because it's going to make it so they can lay off a lot of people and they can have much smaller teams making the same game in theory. So it cuts costs, but it's also a tool that everybody else is going to be using. And this is the age old problem with trying to boycott technological advancements. Like, you rewind the clocks, take it out of AI, think of another technological advancement like freaking, I don't know, cars, just cars. You got people on horse and buggy, and then you got trucks, okay, and cars. And you have the option of transporting your goods on horse and buggy or in the back of a truck or car. The people that say, no, I'm not going cars, that's going to lay off people that work in the stables to feed the horses. That's going to lay off people that are, farming to get the food for the animals. That's going to lose jobs from the people that build the actual wagons and repair them. So I'm not going to deal with that. I'm going to just focus on the way things used to be and the good old way of doing things. I'm going to keep using horse and buggy. Well, the people that are using cars are going to be able to deliver stuff way faster and cheaper as a result of that, because they don't have to feed a horse. They don't have to stable the horse at the end of the day. They don't have to worry about if the horse gets sick. Like, they don't have to do any of that. They can just focus on the core thing that the technological advancement has enabled them to do. And so very quickly, the people that are still using horse-drawn carriages are going to go out of business. They're going to lose money until they can't stay afloat anymore. And then it's just going to be cars anyways. So ultimately, when there's a technological leap that happens, it's going to change the industry whether you like it or not. And so it's more about finding ways to work with it instead of trying to fight against it, because you're not going to beat it. Like, if it really does streamline development, it's going to become mainstream and it's going to be used. And that's the other thing is, like, say EA, I know EA would never do this, but let's say EA announces a directive where they say, we are not going to use any AI tools in game development at all. Even ChatGPT is banned in our offices. If they said that, and let's say that Take-Two Interactive does not say that. Take-Two Interactive continues doing that. And Take-Two Interactive and all these Chinese developers and Japanese and Korean developers, they all keep using AI tools. What's going to happen is that EA stuff is going to be more expensive to produce. It's going to take more time. In theory, again, assuming that the AI tools actually do speed up development and streamline stuff. That I know sometimes that's a dangerous assumption to make, but we'll just say for the sake of argument that it does. EA stuff is going to end up being way more expensive. It's going to end up taking way longer to develop games, and they need those games to be massive hits when they come out. And so they're going to rely on people paying them that premium for things being made by hand, by human hands. And I think what we've seen for a century, 2 centuries at this point, is that people might talk a big game about supporting like the local economy, made in America. They may like talk a big game about supporting that stuff, but ultimately their purchasing habits don't really show that. People say they love made in America furniture, right? There's a furniture store in a city near me. Let's see. This. I called it Woody's, but it's not Woody's, it's Woodley's. There's this place, Woodley's, okay? One of Woodley's big things is that a lot of their furniture is made in North America, okay? It's not made in China and shipped over, it's made in America. But what's the cost of that? Well, the cost is that this like dresser, this bookshelf thing, just this dresser is probably like $5,000-$6,000. Just that. We went in there one time when we first moved into a larger apartment. Me and Nikki went in there and we were looking for furniture. We needed a bookshelf and we were shocked at how expensive everything was. But it's because it's like all made in America. Like it's all handcrafted, whatever. But the price reflects it. And so what did we end up doing? Because we're broke, fresh out of college, we ended up going to IKEA and getting the cheap ass stuff because it's what we could afford. And it's the same thing with like AI development in video games. I think some people have said on social media that I'd be willing to pay a premium if a game was made entirely by humans without the use of AI. I just don't buy that. I don't buy that enough people would be willing to spend like $20, $30, $40 a copy more to support something like that, because ultimately people just care about the quality of the game. And if you can't even tell that AI stuff was used in the development of a game, I think that it's not going to matter that much. At least with the furniture stuff, you can tell when it's been made with real wood, not like composite compressed board or whatever. You can tell when it's a good piece of furniture versus when it's not. But I think the whole argument with the AI stuff is that in theory, you shouldn't be able to tell, which is why these devs or these executives are so excited. Because in theory, if you can use an AI tool to debug software and you can lay off a bunch of engineers, do you think the gamer is going to notice? No, the gamer's going to probably, hopefully notice that the game runs better. So I don't think they'll they'll care that much. AI won't make the purchase price cheaper. It'll only increase profits for them. Yes, and the idea is that it minimizes losses. So instead of Concord costing $400 million to make, their hope is it only costs $100 million to make. And then even then, if it flops and is a disaster, they don't lose everything. And the idea also is that it allows for like third-party developers and publishers to become a thing again, because through the 2010s, a lot of third-party developers got gobbled up by big conglomerates, whether that's Embracer or Microsoft or PlayStation or Nintendo, whoever else. They got gobbled up. Even like Amazon, Facebook bought out studios or developers and things. And it's because like it wasn't that feasible for them to bankroll these massive projects anymore, when they could just be owned by a massive giga corporation that would front the bill for everything. But if things are able to be made cheaper, you could see more surprising startup games and projects if things are able to be produced at a cheaper level. So all of this to say, AI use and AI tools in game dev, I think it's going to happen no matter what, whether you like it or not. I think ultimately it will be fairly self-revealing, because I think we can all tell when something is AI written and generated right now. There's some giveaways, but eventually, almost certainly, it'll get good enough that you won't be able to tell. And that's when it'll be spooky and a little scary. But I think that, if studios in the West don't adapt to it and use these tools, they're just going to get curb stomped by studios that do use the tools for a competitive advantage, to be able to pump out more games faster, that are bigger, that are in theory more polished, and it's just going to get to a point where everybody has to use it to maintain a competitive edge. So you got to learn to work with it, I think, is my broader point. I think that's the key. Bite size, sup?
That's most definitely what's up.
I was just watching one of your videos last night, actually. That's funny you came in here. Are you sad? Fairgame $sign is being delayed. So sad. So sad. I was so excited to have something to talk about this year. Now I have nothing to talk about all year. What am I gonna do? It's insane. Written, developed, and voice acted, all done by AI eventually. I mean, my stance with that is I think that there's an element of art that goes into video games. I think video games largely are works of art. They're also works of engineering, which is why they're so fascinating, because it's a balance between the art and the engineering side of things to make it work. But I just am not convinced that computers and AI tools can replicate or even produce truly artistic, like visionary type things. I don't think they can create a story that makes you cry. I've not seen an AI ever able to do that. They might be able to take pieces of different stories and coagulate them into something that resembles an original concept, but ultimately they just kind of amalgamate stuff. So yeah, there's no soul in the machine. Yeah. The problem for us will be when you can't tell, like when it learns to mimic a soul so well that you can't tell whether it has a soul or not. That's going to be the big thing. It's the good old Turing test, you know? Yeah, the Turing test. How it works. A human interrogator has a text conversation with a human and a computer. The computer tries to trick the interrogator into thinking it's human. The interrogator decides which is the human and which is the computer. The test is repeated multiple times. Like with this, I think there's a lot of AI LLMs and stuff that actually might be able to convince you pretty quickly that they appear to be human. There's some tricks, of course, you could pull. Like there's some things where certain AI LLMs can't like logic their way to certain things. So there's certain ways you can trick them even now. But eventually they'll probably learn how to respond to those tricks. So if it gets to the point where the AI, you can't distinguish it between it and a person because it's just learned how to mimic a person closely enough. At that point, like, oh God, it's the old thought experiment where you're like, hey, if I can't tell it's explored in like Fallout 4 in Detroit Become Human, it's not just a thought experiment in philosophy, but also in video games. But if you get to a point where you can't tell the difference between a real person and an AI pretending to be a person, if they seem totally identical and the same, does that mandate you treating them the same? If an AI has been trained to believe that it's experiencing pain and misery and sorrow and things based on certain stimuli, does that mandate you treating it as if those feelings and emotions are legitimate? I don't know. It doesn't. It's just a stupid can opener. It's basically a microwave. Yeah. You would like Detroit Become Human. You would like that. Because that's one of the things they did in Fallout 4, where they were like, do you kill this android or not? As he's begging for his life and everything. And sometimes if you kill him, it's like, oh no, that was a person. Everyone was just saying it was an android. Then other times you think it's a real person, you save them, and then they die and you find out that they're actually an android and they weren't real, but you can't tell the difference. Oh God. Oh God. Is Luke a real person or just an AI? What if we're all AI? What if this is just a simulation? I forget who said it, but somebody was like, honestly, if I were to make a simulation, if I was some all-powerful or crazy powerful alien, and I wanted to make a simulation where each of the simulated NPCs had their own thoughts and ideas and thought that they were real. He's like, I'd put them on a little ball that I could manage the physics sim of. I would put that ball in the middle of some things that would look kind of interesting to keep people intrigued. Maybe you go there little ways, you know, but you're always pretty well contained. And then I'd put them in the middle of an ocean that's so vast, there's no way they could ever get to another piece of land to poke and prod. You know, you look at up in the sky and you see planets and stars, but they're so incomprehensibly far away, you'll never, ever be able to get there. It's like, oh God, my brain is melting. There are AI streamers already. Dude, the saddest thing though, do you guys remember Kwebbelkop? This guy is like the most sad, depressing thing you've ever seen. He started using AI tools to generate videos for him. He's like a massive YouTuber, 15 million subs, okay? Massive YouTuber. But his whole thing is using AI tools to create content for him instead of him having to actually make it. And you can see, like, he's just totally fallen off. It's so sad. Like, doing reaction stuff.
Tower is massive city below. Wow! That climber looks fearless there. Bam! Lightning hits the peak. Whoa! Red gear stands out bright now. That tower is massive city below. Looks epic. Climbs insane.
This is his content. Like, it's an AI generated video. His face cam is AI generated. The dialogue is AI generated. And this, he said, like, he was describing himself as an entrepreneur and a visionary, and that this was the future of content, that streamers and YouTubers would just be able to create avatars of themselves and then have an AI generate content with them as the subject.
Wow! That climber looks fearless there. Bam! Lightning hits the peak. Whoa! Red gear stands out bright now. That tower is massive city below. Looks epic.
That tower is massive city below.
Ruins floating over swirling colors. That stone archway is glowing with magical vibes, mesmerizing. These ancient steps and cosmic aura together look truly insane. Wow! Look at those ruins floating over swirling colors.
What? Polar bear surfing? Why not? Like, what in the hell happened to this guy?
Beanball is charging. Debris flies everywhere. That power rocks. That horned head glows with style. Fragments shower around it. Insane momentum blasting everything in sight.
That horned head shines
The
with...
horned head glows with style.
Glows with style. That glows with style. We need that now. We need that as a meme in the chat. I'm mandating it from everybody. From now on, when you see something that looks cool, you say, that glows with style, okay? We're officially doing it. We're officially doing it. I don't care. That glows with style. So anyway, he just had like I don't know if it's I hope he's okay. I don't know if this is like a total mental breakdown or what, but it's been like a year and a half like this of just insanity. Stealing the Mona Lisa from the Eiffel Tower? What are you talking about, bro? Like, this was a guy that had the dream set up, a 15 million sub channel. He just gets to play GTA 5 online, doing races and stuff with his friends, making millions of dollars, okay? Millions. He posted a video of him in his like penthouse mansion in Amsterdam, I think is where he lives. And it's like a $5 million mansion penthouse thing that he lives in. Like, he's living the dream, has more money than God. He's good to go. And he just lost his mind. Like, it really is insane. It's crazy. So anyway, I don't remember how we got there, but Corbin, I agree. This comment glows with style. It glows with style. Oh God, Vendetta Activist, thank you for the membership. That glows with style. It sure does. And Chelvy89, thank you for the 5. What do you think of the leaks that PlayStation are hosting a standalone event for Marathon? I haven't been so hyped for a game in such a long time. I hope it's great. I think that's the best way to do it. I think we even mentioned that and speculated about that on the podcast last week with Jor. I think that they really should focus on very clearly communicating what the game is, have lots of play tests, give it to the audience, let them see it, let them try it, and listen to the feedback. Don't try to just force something out. I think that that's one of the big keys for it to be successful. But It's an uphill battle. I mean, the live service thing is so freaking competitive. It's not as simple as just put out a solid game. It has to be a solid game that's really, really fun. In the modern day, it also has to have like streaming potential for content creators to make content on it for years to come. And they have to have enough money available to them that they can absorb any delays, any other expenses that come on. Like, there's just so many things that have to click for a game like that to be successful. And it's not easy. I mean, it really takes the stars aligning. And you see it sometimes with like with freaking marathon Jesus, with Marvel Rivals, but other times you see it crash and burn. You just never know. So we'll see. I wish him the best of luck. I don't want more bad games, and I think if they could do what they did with Destiny originally, you know, that would be awesome. More competition in the industry is great. But it's just been years of misses from them, and they just got to figure their stuff out. But this is probably their last real chance, because this is the only thing, like, big thing that they have going right now. 53 Nights, thank you for the 2. Thoughts on the asteroid hitting Earth in 2032? It would be thoroughly entertaining in all the wrong ways if an asteroid hit us before we got Fallout 5. That would be very funny, but chances are that's probably what happens. This message glows with style. It sure does. I thought he was stepping away from the AI stuff. I think on his main channel he is, but on his Twitter, on his like other platforms, it's all he's posting. So he got, I think, successfully bullied out of posting main channel AI stuff. He like deleted all his videos at one point, then republished them all, and there was like a whole thing that went down with it, but yeah, who knows. Kitty, thank you for the 5. The only AI streamer done right, in my opinion, is Neurosama, because there's constant interaction by creator and collaboration. I think if it's clear this is AI and we're experimenting and we're like, it's an exploration of the technology, that's one thing. I think what frustrates people with the Kwebbelkop stuff is that it seems like he's actually trying to train his replacement so he doesn't have to make videos anymore and he can just have the AI do everything for him. Which I understand why he thinks that that's really cool and impressive, and it's like the future, because you could just upload yourself and then have an AI generate content by you for an audience out there somewhere. But it's also just so soulless, and it just, I kind of hate the idea of it. Joel, thank you for the 2. Know anything about Wolf Among Us 2? No, I've not heard anything about it. Vendetta, again, thank you for the membership. Again, thank you for that. Yeah. What do you think about EA postponing development on Need for Speed series? I mean, if it's not making money, it's not making money. If it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. It's why a lot of people have said, like, if you like a franchise, if you enjoy certain types of games, those people need you to buy it like at launch for full price, because even if it eventually does 2 million units, if those 2 million units were from PlayStation Plus or from Game Pass and people only played 30 minutes of it, like, it just doesn't translate to the same number of dollars that they would need to greenlight another project. So ultimately, like, the only way you get more of those games is if people like them and people buy them. That's the key. And it's been the problem with Ubisoft for years, is that people might like the games. Maybe not you, that's okay. But there are people that like the games, but not enough people are buying the games at launch. Most people are waiting 6 months for when it goes 50% off, because they know it's going to go 50% off in 6 months. So why would you buy it day one if you don't need to? And as a result, they miss out on tons of sales, and it hurts the bottom line. Samuel, you read my freaking mind, not even touching anything. Look what I had pulled up. That's so funny. Samuel, thank you for the 5. Super curious to hear your input on Days Gone Remastered. I'm usually the unpopular opinion that enjoys remasters, The Last of Us, but in this case, nah, I'm good. Yeah, let's talk about it. News segment. So, thank you, Samuel, for the super chat asking my thoughts on the Days Gone Remastered thing that they announced. My thoughts really haven't changed since I saw the frickin' showcase, because I think it's I mean, unfortunately, it's just exactly what it appears to be. There's not much more to say. It's oh god, sorry, that was loud. It is a remaster in the most generous usage of the word. There are some things coming, like they have this new horde mechanic thing where you can fight through like basically hordes and hordes, waves and waves of zombies, or sorry, freakers, because if you don't remember, in this game they're not zombies, they are freakers. They very specifically said they are freakers. And they say it's remastered for PS5 and PS5 Pro. What apparently that means is that it's going to render internally at a higher resolution and then upscale to 4K. But it already has like a PS5 update. So like the game already runs very, very well on PS5. It's ultimately, if you buy this, you are buying it for the horde mode and this quote unquote new content, as you can see here. So they have a permadeath mode. If you die, the game save is over. Okay, fine. Enhanced photo mode, new accessibility features. In my humble opinion, this and the speedrun mode, that stuff, everything they just went through, I think should be a free update. I think the accessibility features are awesome. Charging for it feels really slimy. I think the other stuff like photo mode, that's such a small, minute thing that appeals to so few people. I think that feels weird to charge for as well. The horde assault, this actually could be interesting. You also notice that you see Deacon wearing different outfits and stuff, so maybe there's added things there. But they plan to have a massive horde assault mode where you can fight through waves and massive hordes and just see if you can withstand it. That's cool. That's the one thing I think here that you could consider to be new. But I mean, does that justify an entire release? I don't think so, because ultimately what this is doing is it is launching as a higher resolution mod that adds an overhauled photo mode. It adds accessibility features, like it's quote unquote remastered, whatever the hell that means. And that's about it. I just don't understand how they could charge for this. I think it should be free, frankly. Now, it's true, you can pay $10 to upgrade it if you bought it on PS4 or PS5 back in the day, in the last few months. But if you didn't and you got it through PlayStation Plus, which a lot of people did, you will have to pay full price for it. And here, if it were like an actual graphical overhaul, that would be one thing. But it's just not. It's not. They're the same picture, dude. Like, come on, man. Better load times? They didn't even say that, though. Maybe there's better load times. Is that worth even $10, though? Like, again, I'm saying this as somebody that likes Days Gone, okay? I like Days Gone. I played a lot of Days Gone. I've been an advocate for a sequel for a long time. I like Days Gone a lot. And yet, I feel that this is real cash grabby. And a lot of people, what are they saying? They're saying, well, you need to buy it to support the studio so that they get a sequel greenlit now that their live service game is canceled. And that's not a given. They did not say that. They did not say, hey, if this sells 1 million units, we'll make a sequel for you. Already that feels weirdly manipulative to like give us money now so that we can give you something that you get money for later. That already feels weird. But like, I don't think that that's a given that they'll just magically make a sequel if this sells well enough. And I think it's foolish to assume that. And you're just setting yourself up for disappointment when they inevitably announce that they actually went back to doing the God of War live service spinoff game that Bluepoint gave up on. I just think this is one of those things that's trying to capitalize and cash in on the nostalgia of Days Gone. It's weird to say nostalgia because it's only like 5-6 years old, but that's where we are. I mean, PlayStation just has so little to offer players right now that they're having to dig this stuff up. The Last of Us remake was technically a remake. The Last of Us Part 1. That was technically a remake. Now, whenever you have to say it's technically a remake, that's not great because you would hope that it just is so impressive that it showcases everything you need to do. Part 1. You know, you'd hope that the overhauls are big enough that you could just tell. But as you can see in this side by side that they're going to do from Nick 930, they rebuilt a lot of it. I mean, the right, of course, is the remake. The left is the remaster. They rebuilt the game entirely. Reportedly, this was something they were using to train new recruits and new developers that they hired on. So this was something that they get put on to learn like the tools and stuff. So this was technically a remake, but it got blasted for not being enough of a remake, for not being impressive enough, for being minimal and unnecessary. And this got blasted. But with Days Gone, because we're nostalgic for that game specifically, we're supposed to just like forget about it and move on. Like, I don't know, man. I think we got to call it out and be consistent. I thought this was kind of like an underwhelming remake at the time. And this, you know, this was a remake, not even a remaster. This was a remake and it got blasted. And this is significantly different. You can tell a lot of stuff is overhauled here, way more. But with Days Gone remastered, you can't even tell the freaking difference, dude. I guarantee you, if we went and we did a side-by-side comparison, blind test, people wouldn't be able to tell the difference. It would be a total crapshoot, total 50-50. Total 50-50. And, you know, I think it's thoroughly disappointing to see Sony continue to do this, but they're going to keep doing it so long as people keep buying it. And that's, I think, maybe the main lesson of all of this is so long as you keep giving them money, they're going to keep doing it, you know. Even the Horizon remaster did more, and that wasn't a good idea. Yeah, I mean, this really feels... I saw somebody joke. They were like, oh, they probably started on this right after their live service game was canceled, like a week and a half ago. That legitimately would not surprise me because of how unremarkable these improvements are. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they had this horde assault mode internally ready to go, and then they got that thing canceled, and they're like, oh... well, I guess we need to make money somehow to stay afloat so we don't get layoffs. So let's just re-release our last game. We'll call it a remaster. We'll like upscale it a little more with the pisser tech we have. And we'll add those accessibility options and stuff that we worked on back in the day that we never sent out through an update. Like, that wouldn't surprise me. If it honestly was something cranked out in like a couple weeks, dude, I wouldn't be shocked because of how minimal these updates are. But Anyway, as a Days Gone fan, I'm thoroughly underwhelmed. I never thought I would be saying that if we ever got an announcement about something Days Gone, but it's just more Sony being Sony in the PS5 era. And it's really disappointing. I mean, just to think where they were in the PS4 era at this point in the generation versus where we are now in the PS5 gen, it's really, really depressing. It's just depressing. So anyway, Sony needs a big reality check. Well, that's the thing. They're going to keep doing it so long as people buy it. And as long as people are buying it, why would they stop? They're leaving money on the table. I don't know if people will buy this, but this is probably just going to be one of those things. If people don't buy it, they're like, oh, see, yeah, that's why we never greenlit a sequel. See, we were right. And if people buy it, they're like, okay, yeah, no, I mean, remasters are super easy and cheap. Easy peasy. Wonder if they lost key people. Yeah, the people that like were the directors of Days Gone are gone now. Their days are gone. They're not even working there anymore. And a lot of people that worked on Days Gone left because they were working on a live service game for years and they didn't want to. So, yeah. Seth, you're right. The Days Gone remaster is not glowing with style. I think truer words have never been spoken. So the PS5 is just remastered. Now I'm good. Yeah, I mean, so far. Did you play Night Rain yet? Thoughts? I'm pretty sure we're allowed to share thoughts, right? Because I did play it, but I don't want to get in trouble. Is there another YouTuber that's talked about their time with it? Just so I can be like, see, they did it too. Oh, you can also upload gameplay? Oh, really? Oh, I should have captured gameplay. Oops. Has been played on stream. It's been streamed. Oh, okay, okay. So I guess I can talk about it. Okay. Then let's talk about it. I know IGN did a preview thing. I had IGN's preview gameplay pulled up because I didn't capture gameplay because I wasn't sure if we could, but I guess I can talk about it. Okay. New segment. Let's talk about something glowing with style, or is it? I want to know from you guys. Did you try the Night Rain beta? Because I did. Okay, I played it. And I mean, we'll get the immediate stuff out of the way first, okay? Because I'm gonna put up IGN's gameplay while I'm talking about this because I didn't record any. I didn't know if we could, so I'm just gonna put this in the background. But get the obvious stuff out of the way, okay? It's a network test. The game's not done yet, so, and we also only had like 4 playable archetypes, only 1 potential like final boss. So it was a limited playtest, okay? So there's obviously stuff missing and stuff that will change and be updated and fixed and stuff. So I could complain about like the instability of the frame rate, the really bad net code that made it so the game was super laggy and would sometimes disconnect. We talk about that. But ideally, all of that is fixed in the final version, okay? So I don't think it's fair to critique the package because that stuff is potentially fixed, okay? So we're just going to say that. Having said that, looking at the content and what is actually here and how the game actually works, I am just going to be real with you on my personal opinion. It was one of the most unfun evenings I've had in a long time. I really don't like Night Rain. Like, really don't like it. I think it's so soulless and corporate. I just, it sucks all the fun out of the Elden Ring package for me. And it actually, it's, you know, there's some live service packages and some games that just make you want to go play something else. Like you play Skull and Bones and all you want to do is go play Black Flag. This game just made me want to go play Elden Ring, which maybe is the point. They just get you to buy more copies of Elden Ring. But everything I loved about Elden Ring has been stripped from this game. And all the bad things about Elden Ring are like doubled down on here, in my opinion. So things like laggy combat. On the PC port specifically. I played the beta on PS5 Pro, so I was playing it there. But I like the network stuff could be refined and everything, so that might not be a problem at launch. But the combat was really sluggish, didn't connect super smoothly. There was a good amount of lag with it. There's some design choices that were made that just seem baffling. There's no in-game voice chat, so you can't coordinate with randoms that you match with. Meaning like you join a party, 2 strangers join you if you don't have friends. There's no duo gameplay right now. Maybe after launch they'll add it. They've said they're considering it, but it's either solo or it's with 2 other players for a party of 3. And there's no in-game voice chat, so you can't coordinate with those people. And this is a game that like is built on coordination, and you kind of need that. So it seems like a massive oversight. The no FP flask for the wizard class is insane to me. Yes, you can technically pick up items that recoup FP. There's these little like arc things you can pick up, or there's trees and things you can refill it from. Leveling up, you know, going to a site of grace that can give you more FP. But in the middle of a boss fight, running out of FP is one of the most like ridiculous things I've seen, because you'll be in a boss fight and then you just reach a point where you're like, I can't really help. And it's really stupid if you don't have or you used all the items you had picked up to recoup that. The boss fights have been cut down and streamlined so that you're able to get through 2 or 3 within a 15-minute period during the day-night cycle thing that they have set up for the day 1. And it sucks all the joy out of the struggling to defeat a difficult challenge and overcome a difficult challenge that I loved about Elden Ring. And instead it's been simplified to the point where you're basically grinding out these little grunts to get enough runes to go and level up. And by that point, once you've leveled up to a certain level, the boss fights are trivial. And if you don't happen to get enough runes to level up and to get like better equipment and stuff, you will just get curb stomped by the boss. And so that doesn't feel like a fair challenge because you just didn't have enough of that. There's just so many choices in here that don't really make much sense. There's certain classes that work really well. The Duchess, I think everybody agrees, is probably the best one. And then there's some other classes that just don't really feel that good. But across the board, like everything I loved about Elden Ring, the exploration, the very difficult bosses, the building of your character to overcome that challenge, all of those things that made Elden Ring a masterpiece are just gone here. And instead what you have is a game that's been built to go very, very quick and fast paced. It's designed for you to kind of rush through areas quickly, to pivot into new ones, to get more loot and to collect more runes. And that already feels antithetical to the Elden Ring design philosophy. And even something as simple as coordinating with your team is next to impossible because the in-game chat is missing. And of course, you know, there's not really there are emotes and things you can use as you would expect, but it's very, very minimal, not what you would need to actually coordinate. It just seems thrown together haphazard. And honestly, if this were like a community mod made by 5 people over the span of 6 months, I'd be like, yeah, I believe it. But to think that this is a $40 full release is hilarious to me. It could be by the time we get the final version that some stuff is added that significantly improves the experience. For example, there's going to be more archetypes for you to use as your character. And as a result, that could introduce maybe more fun gameplay styles that I connect with more. That's very, very possible. The netcode could be totally, improved to the point where it's super tight, super responsive, and it just feels really, really good to play. And there's no frame drops, of which there were many in the playtest. So that's ideal. Maybe the environments are way more varied in the final version because what we saw, I mean, I'm looking at this playtest and I saw every area that you're seeing here. So it's obviously not that varied in the playtest, but maybe in the final version, it's way more varied and the environments shake it up a lot more. That could be cool and that could improve the experience. So I don't want to dismiss it whole cloth because I didn't like what I saw in the playtest, but there's a lot of games I've played playtests of, and in the playtest, I love it, and I can't get enough of it, and all I want to do is play more. With Night Rain, I could not wait to put the controller down and go play something else that was more fun. And I know some people have loved it. Some people ate it up and really enjoyed the beta. That's great. This is a game for you then. But for me, my sneaking suspicion was that this was a game that was going to be fun for a weekend. I personally did not expect to just totally burn out within the first hour and a half, but that's kind of where I was. It's just not for me. And I think some of the choices are directly antithetical to what made Elden Ring so good. And that's what makes it all the more baffling to me, seeing that this is coming from FromSoft. And then there's other things that we've seen. For example, if you look on the Steam page, Night Rain Steam. So if you look on the Steam page and we scroll down, they have some things in here. Oh no, did they cut it out? No. Here. So you can see here, they're saying that they're going to be selling additional playable characters and bosses. That to me feels really, really bad. The fact that right now, one of the big complaints is that there's not a lot of boss variety. Even in the playtest, it's limited, of course. But in the final version, I think they've already said that there's going to be around 32 total bosses for you to encounter in various areas around it. And the idea that they're going to be selling additional playable characters as DLC and bosses, like that to me is, I don't like that, man. I just don't like that. It feels like we're doing Evolve all over again, like you have to buy the boss or the thing for you to go against. I don't like it. I think that's the simplest way I can put it. I was hoping I would. But I've not been so thoroughly underwhelmed by a From Software product like that in my life. I was shocked. And I hope people that do connect with it. But like there was a point where I was going to play with some of my college buddies who also got access to the beta. And we played through Elden Ring in co-op together. I mean, we did big boss fights together, and we worked on builds together. We had a lot of fun with Elden Ring together. And not only was it like pulling teeth to get them to connect and play because they just were so not interested, but by the time I had played this for one evening, before I even got to the second evening of trying it, I was like, you know what? Yeah, let's just play Marvel Rivals. I was just like, I'm good, man. I'm good. So I think it's pretty clear that this is an attempt to monetize the Elden Ring IP. I think it happens, unfortunately, to be a really lazy and half-assed attempt at it. I was hoping I would like it a lot more. I was hoping it would be a fun little thing, but honestly, after trying it, I don't think I would even, and I'm a YouTuber. I love spending money frivolously. It's basically a passion of mine. It's one of my love languages. And yet even I am like $40. I don't think I could do that, man. I don't know, man. Yeah, lazy for sure is for, yeah. All of this, Carlos, is me explaining my opinion. That's why I've said this is my opinion like 15 times. Like, yeah. I think what I said exactly was, it seems to me like a lazy attempt. That's my opinion. Good. We got there. So I'm sure some people are going to connect with it and love it. I hope they have a lot of fun, and I hope they add later things like in-game voice chat. I think that could help a lot, frankly, because I have heard some people say that when they played with their friends directly, they had a much better time than playing with randos. I hope that is something they can add, is in-game voice chat to help you coordinate with strangers if your friends aren't on during that time. But I just think it's based on what I played. This version of the game is not for me, and I just don't like it. I just don't like it. So other people will like it, and that's great. But I'm really interested to see how it comes together in the final version. But all it made me want to do was play Elden Ring, which, I think is a testament to how good Elden Ring is. But I think it also shows why this game is just not Elden Ring. It has an Elden Ring coat of paint, but it's something different. And you might love that thing that's different. But if you loved Elden Ring for the exploration, for the difficult and like really, really skill-based boss fights, for the character builds and the ARPG elements and things, if you loved Elden Ring for those reasons, this is just not that game, and it's nothing like that. And it's by design that it's not like that. Was this made by FromSoft only or another studio? It's a FromSoft game. Yeah, no, it's FromSoft. My sneaking suspicion is, frankly, like, you remember that story from months ago? FromSoft buys rights to Elden Ring. It was this one. From Software has acquired the Elden Ring trademark from Bandai Namco. I'm wondering, this was announced in February of last year. I'm wondering if part of the deal was like, okay, we'll put this out. We'll put out a live service like Elden Ring spin-off game, and we'll let Bandai Namco publish it so they can get money. They'll get that cash. But in return, we get whatever our percentage is, and we get the trademark and the rights for it. I'm starting to wonder if they did some sort of like little quid pro quo, which wouldn't be a bad idea. I think that to a certain extent, that's what Todd Howard did. Praise be. I think this, my sneaking suspicion for years has been that Todd agreed to do Fallout 76 in return for increased budgets for Starfield and Elder Scrolls 6. I think that's, and I'm sure he got a big payday too, but I think that might have been part of it. And I wonder if that's part of the deal they made with Bandai Namco to do this, because this feels much more like a Bandai Namco project than a From Software project, just frankly. That's my opinion, but that's kind of what I sort of suspect, because this does not feel like a typical Hidetaka Miyazaki, like super artistically focused on and focused on doing something crazy different. Like, it's a bunch of copy and pasted bosses from different Souls games and Elden Ring with some kind of thrown together net code that doesn't work that great yet, you know. Yeah, Miyazaki's not directing it. Yeah, but he runs the studio. That's what I mean. And I think the fact that he's not working on it, I think, is proof positive that it's not a typical Miyazaki thing. The age-old thing for FromSoft has been the projects that Miyazaki works on tend to be phenomenal. The projects that he doesn't work on that are from FromSoft tend to be like Bs, C+, Bs, something like that, depending on who you are. And I think that this is probably one of those where if it connects with you, you're going to love it. You're going to become addicted to it, and it's all you can play and it's all you can think about, because the roguelite stuff tends to appeal to certain people in that sort of addictive way. But if it doesn't click with you, like it didn't click with me, it's just going to be an immediate bounce off. Just like, no, I'm good. And that's it. Encounter, thank you for the 5. If anyone here is opposed to lazy live service games, then they should be similarly opposed to Night Rain. I think a lot of it is a lot of people haven't tried it yet, because the betas were very selective. I think the best thing they could do is do it like an open beta. Do that. Maybe they've already announced they're doing that. I don't know. But if they did an open beta, just let people try it. I think that could go a long way. That's what I think they should do. But the truth of the matter is that when you are a very, very well respected and accomplished studio like FromSoft, there's a certain amount of grace people are willing to give you, and sort of out of respect for what you've done previously, people are willing to give you the benefit of the doubt when you might not give that benefit of the doubt to another like typical live service company. Or, you know, Sony, for example, doesn't have the best track record with live service games. So you hear another live service game and you're like, here we go again. Whereas FromSoft, you're like, oh, maybe this could be good. And some people are going to like it, but I don't think that's going to be me. I don't think that's going to be me. I still think Night Rain will sell well. Yeah, I mean, it's still probably going to sell millions of copies because it just is what it is. But what I think is going to be interesting is to see what the player counts look like 2 weeks, 3 weeks after launch. Because I think that this is one of those games people burn through in a week, and then they realize there's not a lot of content there, and then they probably fall off of it before they start selling new bosses and stuff. But this is FromSoft's first foray into live service, which is interesting because they've tried very hard not to say that this is live service. You notice in all the marketing materials and all the publishing stuff, they've tried very hard not to describe it as that. You know, but that seemingly is what it is. They're going to be selling additional heroes, additional bosses. So it seems additional run like formats separately as DLC that are included in the deluxe edition. And so, I mean, by most definitions, it would fit the definition of a live service game. Enigma, thank you for that one. For the membership, Luke, how's life? 3 questions. First, did you see Tides of Annihilation? Yes, I have the video pulled up. Just you wait. Second, why is nobody talking about Eriksholm? It looks interesting. Eriksholm. Come on. I was going to copy this in here. What is this one? The Stolen Dream. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen like any of this. Eriksholm. Have any of you guys seen this? Where was this at the Game Awards? Because it looks vaguely familiar, but I don't. It like hasn't been committed to my permanent memory.
She's gone. Find her before she leaves the building.
I need to get out of here.
and find Herman before they do.
What do they do? Rob the mayor? Murder someone? Both, maybe?
This should get the crates moving again.
Look for the main control, maybe. Do I look like an engineer?
Is that you, Johnson?
Come after her! Now!
What do you want?
I need passage.
You told me you wanted out. You and your brother. You said you're done with this, it's too dangerous, not what you wanted.
That's actually why I'm here. I need
I respected your decision because I thought you respected me.
This isn't about me.
Oh, it's always about you, Hannah, and now you've brought the police here.
They're looking for Herman.
You want passage, huh? And that's it? I'm not keeping these for you anymore, you're taking with you this time.
Dude, I'm in. That looks baller. Yeah, I mean that's like industry leading cutscenes and quality. That's crazy. River End Games. Is this their first game? Yeah. Okay. You have my attention. You have my attention. That's a good one. Thank you for bringing that up. That's cool. And third, can I recommend to you an upcoming game from developers from my country? You can. What is that game? What is that? What is that game? Heroic Kitten. Heroic Kitten. I can read, I swear to God. Heroic Kitten. Thank you for heroic. Oh my God. That's wow. That name glows with style. For sure. So you asked, what's your take on Dune Awakening? I'm not typically a big MMO guy. I haven't seen a lot of like extensive breakdowns of it, but it could be interesting. I'm not sure if it's my typical type of game because I just haven't, like, I don't have a lot of time for games that are that massive, but it seems intriguing nonetheless. Nathaniel, thank you for the 5. Let's see. Oh wait, no, I lost my place. Hold on. Oh my God, I'm so lost. Okay, it just refreshed. Do you have plans to cover VR games, i.e. Half-Life? I've talked about VR games before, and they've never done that well, because my audience doesn't seem to have a lot of VR stuff. But if there's a big enough game that's intriguing, like I'll talk about it, I'll play it and check it out for sure. Let's see. Night Rain, we talked about that. Days Gone Remaster is not glowing with style, indeed. Luke, can you not agree as fans of Days Gone that 1, a sequel is more likely now, and 2, playing it will look much better on your console than stream? So can you not agree that as fans of Days Gone, 1, a sequel is more likely now? More likely than when? Like a month ago, a year ago? I don't think so. Like, I think in theory, if the remaster does 10 million copies or 5 million copies at full price or whatever, then maybe Sony execs are like, oh, interesting. But if they haven't greenlit a sequel by now, I think any sequel they would greenlight would be done by such a different team. It wouldn't really be a sequel. It'd be done by a different team entirely. So I'm not even sure if you really want the sequel that you think you do, because it wouldn't be the sequel you think you would get. It's like Dragon Age Veilguard. It's technically a sequel to Dragon Age games of old, but it's done by such a different team. It's basically not even a sequel. It's something different. As for number 2, the game will playing it will look much better on your console than on stream. It depends. So if I'm watching the trailer and the video footage they've put up at 4K on YouTube, it is compressed. That's true. But I've also played the game on Steam at like native 4K, and the version on the PS5 Pro is going to be running still upscaled to 4K. So it's possible that even playing the current version on Steam could look, if it really is just a resolution bump, which is what it seems to be, it could be that the current version on Steam actually looks better than the one that you would get on PS5. So it's not necessarily a given. But I do think if you're playing on console, the version that would play natively off the console versus on a YouTube video of a PS5 capture would look better. But does that mean it's worth the money? Not necessarily. Like, is it technically sharper? Sure. But the difference between 1440p upscaled to 4K and 1080p upscaled to 4K through a compressed video and on a TV, you know, I think the average person is going to have trouble spotting it. But I see what you're bringing up. You're trying to bring up reasons why it might still be better than it seems initially, but to me, I just find it to be a really lackluster improvement, and it seems to primarily be a resolution bump with some added content that, in my opinion, should be a free update. It's so minimal. So, like, if doing still shots and frame-by-frame analysis and you still can't tell the difference, at that point, I think the improvements are negligible. Let's see. Encounter, I think I read that one. Yeah, if anyone here is opposed to lazy live service games, then they should be similarly opposed to Night Rain. Thank you for the 5 with that one. Let's see, I read that one from Enigma. Nathaniel, thank you for the 2. Unsubbed, F this big wig. You wish I had a wig. You wish. I appreciate you giving me money to tell me you're unsubbing, though. I think that's a first. So thank you. Jack, thank you for the 5. KCD2 hit 2 million sales in 2 weeks. I already have 100 hours. Please send help. No. You're going to keep playing and you're going to like it, loser. Oh, I wish I could re-experience it for the first time. Mark, thank you for the 5. You ever react to the Hidden One video? No, not yet. I do have it pulled up. We just have a lot of things. That Hidden One video is what we call like an evergreen video. So it can work today. It could work Wednesday, Friday. So it's one of those videos that I want to watch, but I want to make sure it has enough breathing room that it can stand on its own. And I also want to be able to talk about it with plenty of time. But we got to get through like the trending topics first, you know. That's what we got to do. Let's see. And then Spencer, think of that one. No Todd cardboard cutout today. Unsubbing. You know he only comes out for special occasions. You know. Oil to Sniper, thank you for the 300 bits. Loving the stream, dude. Thank you for watching. Thanks for being here. 8X, thank you for that sub with Prime as well. And the Beard Machine resub for 4 months. That's most definitely what is up. And then Samurai for kills, thank you for the 5. Hey Luke, do you think Capcom will cancel Pragmata like they done with their canceled game Deep Down in 2013? I'd be surprised if they cancel. I mean, Capcom generally has a pretty good idea of what's going to click and what's going to hit, and so it's surprising when they make any moves like that. So I'd be surprised, frankly. And okay, I think I'm caught up there. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bing. I do think we should talk about this. I do think we should. Thank you, Musicus, maybe. Thank you for the 250. Thank you. So, news segment. When in Rome, how you doing, Luke? We about to be 28 in June this year, dude. Don't remind me. Yeah, I can't think about it. Getting old, man. Getting old. Here we go. So, one of the most surprisingly impressive games at the showcase was this one, Tides of Annihilation. What you're seeing was captured on PS5 Pro, a mix of in-game cinematics and gameplay. And it's just so graphically ridiculous, it breaks my brain. Now, there are some, like, artifacts you can spot if you know where to look. For example, I do this all the time and then I upset people because I point it out and then they can't unsee it. If you look down here at the foot while it's moving, you'll notice a little ghosting around the foot. This tells me that, you know, the pisser tech is in full force. You see these lines kind of arcing. That's where her foot was in previous frames. And so there's some ghosting going on. Typical, you know, pisser tech stuff that you would expect to see. It's a problem with temporal upscalers and stuff. But other than that, it's a freaking gorgeous game. And the fact that you have to pause it and have a nitpicker like me point out those things and those little artifacts is pretty damn impressive. That just looking at it, it's amazing, you know? Now, this is from Eclipse Glow Games. We looked up the studio after the event, and it's a brand new studio. They got that Tencent money, okay? So they've got Tencent funding this. Shocker, right? And also, it's a team of industry devs and veterans that have worked on a lot of other things. It seems like a lot of devs are from Ubisoft as well, so probably a support studio from Ubisoft. I think they have a support studio in Shanghai, so I wonder if they're from that studio. But it's just another massive, you know, game from the East that makes it look like other devs aren't even trying in terms of the tech that they're putting out here. Now, we saw this trailer and it looked pretty good, but as with a lot of these games that come out and look graphically insane, often it can be too good to be true. So the general rule of thumb is that you maintain a cautious optimism and you wait to see more. But I said during the showcase, what they need to do is what Crimson Desert has done, which is to be very transparent and just show people your game. Just let it speak for itself. And guess what they did? Just that. They actually shared an extended look at gameplay, even starting from like a main menu selection thing. So you see they have start game, tutorial stage. This makes me think that they've already built out a demo, which would be crazy if they're already prepping to bring it to trade shows to do demos and stuff.
Oh, this place was fine before.
Dude.
Is this a car? It's too small.
It's a baby carriage.
Ah, a baby. I'm so sorry for everything that's happened to you.
She stepped on the mother. Look, there's a mother on the floor reaching for her baby, and she just casually walks through her and turns her to dust. What a Chad.
Let's go.
Get over here.
And right into gameplay, showing you what it's like. Now, immediate thoughts. Stellar Blade, Nier. It looks like Nier a little bit. Oh. Mommy. Oh no, here we go. It's starting. The combat system makes her appear to be glowing with style. I mean, it's it's real smooth, real schmexy. Holy telegraphed attack, Batman. And dude, the cloth sim. Booyah! So it also has like summons. Mommy, how dare you? Uppies, guys. It's gonna make it real hard to talk about this game in the future if every time we do a stream clip, the chat's just filled with mommy uppies, milkies, please. I see your comments, and it's hard to focus when you do that. We're going to be mature. We're going to be reasonable. I think in terms of art direction, this is beautiful. It's gorgeous, of course. It's a retelling of
Just a fold round.
the Arthurian legend.
Scarlet Waters, run!
Oh. Dude.
Watch out! Darn it. The Scarlet Waters are making this place even more unstable. See that? Want to start? Might be a way out. Let's go.
Britannia. Long time no see.
Do they just casually do that? Like what? What? Man, it's just impressive. It's impressive.
Oh no, not again. No.
Okay. That line was a little weak. No. Hold on. I'm going to try to clip that and we can use it as a reaction. What am I going to clear here?
I am never going to financially recover from this.
That's a good one, but it is very quiet. I'll clear that and then I'm going to try to capture this so we can use it as a reaction when they like delayed Fairgame $.
Oh no, not again. No.
Okay. Oh no, they delayed Fairgame $.
No.
I like that. That's good. Oh, bother. Yeah, that's good. Oh, blimey. I'm just saying. I love all my British fans out there. You guys are hilarious, though. I just want you to know, like, your whole vibe is thoroughly entertaining to all of us. And we appreciate it. We really do. We really do. Cheerio. Yeah, they delayed GTA 6.
No. The path is flooded.
Okay. I do need to unironically know from people in chat who are British. To me, as an American, she sounds like someone who is not British doing a British accent. Is that just me, or is this one of those situations where my opinion of a British accent is like a stereotypical one that doesn't sound real? So does she sound like she actually has an accent, or is this like Waters?
Nice. Now we can get to cross.
Get across. It just sounds a little off to me.
I sense danger. Seems like that's where we're headed.
Once we go in, there's no turning back. We need to be prepared.
The voice actress is Shadowheart? Oh, no way! Why does it sound so different than when she did Baldur's Gate then? Because I never thought any of this in Baldur's Gate. Why does it sound weird to me? I don't know, man. That's interesting, because she's very, very good in Baldur's Gate, but something about her delivery here sounds like there's weird like focus on certain consonants.
Caleb donated $10 through Super
Thank you,
Chat.
Caleb.
Mother, I am requesting you to lift me up, and I require substance from the milk of your memories. If you feel it necessary to step upon, it is a price I will willingly pay. Mature enough?
I feel like for me to describe very clearly what's wrong with that message would be weirder than just moving on. So I think we're just gonna move on. You know, it might be one of those times where I thank you for the $10 super chat, and We just keep it moving. We just keep it moving. Jesus Christ. Reese Jalia, thank you for the sub with Prime, my friend. Thank you. Jacob, just so you know, Jacob, everybody's requesting you include that super chat in the final edit of the stream clip, which I do think would be funny. So you have my permission to do it. We'll watch people try to figure out how to react to that. Anyway. I can't wait for the edits of this. That's like, if Bethesda made Tides of Annihilation, and you see this, you go through the window, load screen. You land, and then a cutscene starts, load screen.
I warned you. Gwendolyn.
Gwendolyn.
Did you come here just to get upset? With me?
Damn it, Mordred! That's up to you. Just here to read, are you?
I have more pressing matters. You should have stayed.
It's a beautiful set of armor, my goodness.
Out of my way.
Like I said before, I've no interest in your throne.
So, you're after the knight for something else?
That's right. You mind your business and I'll mind mine. Don't trust her. She's a psycho. Silence. Idiot.
Ha! Got her. Dude, just casually chucking a piano in a library? I have to pronounce it like a Brit. It's not a library. It's a library?
A cheap trick.
The gall. Bro.
You're weak.
That transition was so freaking smooth, dude. Okay, sometimes when we watch trailers and stuff, I say like, oh, they're making it look like other devs aren't even trying. This is one of those moments where I'm like, what are we doing? EA, Ubisoft, like Xbox and like, do you see what they're doing here? Making it look like it's nothing. Bruh. Look at this.
You're weaker than before. Swinging your sword like that, does that count as fighting? What's this? Can't win on your own, so you call for backup. Too slow. This is all you've got. Bow to me. Half-baked trick. Very well. This is your own doing, pest.
My brain! Oh, it hurts. It's all trippy.
You're a right pain, aren't you? You'll soon pay the price. You're nothing.
Dude, the music.
What a beautiful sight. A perfect picture of failure. Kneel. Feel the true power of Pendragon. Feel the despair. This is proof of my inevitable victory.
Dude.
How is this possible? You were just lucky. How dare you? You'll regret that. You're nothing but a bug. Well, I'm destined to have it.
I may be a mere bug, but who the hell do you think you are?
Watch your mouth.
Face it, you're just a discarded pawn in this game.
Damn you! I'm Pendragon. No one can cast me aside, ever!
Dude. I feel like after that I need to like go find my checkbook and just write a check with like the amount blank and then just give it to them. Just like, please no, please. I want it. Immediate thoughts? I think it looks awesome. Looks badass. Looks very, very good. My gut's telling me based on two things. You look at these shots, they're super sharp, super beautiful. Even with a lot of movement, these cutscene shots can look really, really good. When you go to gameplay, especially this later portion, when there's a lot of particle effects and reflections going on, especially in combat, the sharpness plummets. That suggests to me, it could be just like a hyper compressive thing with like really overly compressed footage. YouTube compression with the new codecs they've been using are much better. So you can see if you look in videos, there's like the new AV1 codec, which is way better than the old H.264 that they used years ago. But my fear with this would just be that they're using like a dynamic resolution scaler thing that drops the resolution during combat to make it run better, but then in cutscenes they don't have to do that. They don't have to drop the resolution. Performance can remain good even when it's sharp, and as a result you get moments in gameplay where it's really, really blurry, and then in cutscenes it's really, really sharp. could be a thing. It seems like one of those games that looks so good. I'm worried that it's gonna run like crap, and I hope it doesn't. But that would be my only real concern. Is whenever you see something that looks this good, it's always like, where's the catch? You know, you got to be braced for there to be a catch somewhere. But
it's just freaking gorgeous. And even just some of the direction that they do, you can tell at some point they have this boss fight in the library, and you can tell that they just paused and they went, we have this arena. What if we just shook up the boss fight and we have it literally flip upside down and they fight on a new floor, but upside down in the library? And like, that sounds cool. So they do that. And they're like, well, we still have this whole arena we built. So why don't we do some of the cutscene at the end of the boss fight on the walls? And like have them actually standing on the walls of the bookshelves and stuff. Like, why not? It's brilliant. I love it. Like, it's such a cool utilization of the set piece that they built and of the arena. It's it's just brilliant. It's fantastic. So I love a lot of what I'm seeing. You guys know me. One of my traits is that I love big blockbuster set pieces like this. I love massive fights. I love video game set pieces that are just larger than life and are epic. And so this gets me really excited. Just seeing that shot alone is super, super exciting. Just a lot of it looks really, really good. Also, the fact that they started on this screen really suggests to me that this is like a demo they've built, because they have start, tutorial, language, and then quit. When I went to Summer Games Fest, I told you guys I played a bunch of games there. One of the games we played was like, what's the game from S Game? I'm forgetting the name of it. It's upcoming. It's very like Devil May Cry in the combat. You guys know what I'm talking about? Crap, what was that called? I'm blanking. Phantom Blade Zero. Thank you, Trinity. Trinity got it. Yeah, Phantom Blade Zero. So like Phantom Blade Zero had a demo screen kind of like this when you played it. You sit down at the event and you see this on the computer. You can select your language, which they have set because they're going to bring the same demo to Tokyo Game Show, to Summer Games Fest. They'll bring the same demo everywhere. And then they have a tutorial setting or stage where you can learn how to play. And then you start the demo once you've learned the controls, so you can just get right into it. So this pretty clearly is a demo build that I would expect they're planning to bring to places, which is exciting because it means it is in fact real. If this isn't just like a faked menu screen or something, it suggests that it actually is a real thing. This is not a what was that Day Before situation, you know, where a bunch of stuff has been staged and faked. So it looks like it's actually real, and I'm here for it. I mean, this is why it's so good to have competition in the industry, because people see this, gamers will see this, and it's like, okay, this is what's possible. Hearing developers be like, yeah, we just couldn't achieve higher fidelity with NPCs because it's just, you know, limitations of the hardware. And then you see stuff like this and it's like, okay, no, so you're full of it. It is possible. It's just a matter of resources, talent, all of that stuff. It really is crazy. I do agree. I think in some shots, especially, it starts to look like Naughty Dog levels of talent when it comes to animation fidelity. But this is why there's been so much money pouring into Eastern dev studios and stuff, because they're able to put stuff like this out that gamers see and immediately want to spend money on. And this game, I guarantee you, will end up being significantly cheaper than like most of the other big games it'll compete with. Like this probably, when it all is said and done, will end up costing like $80 million to make, $100 million to make, like comparatively very, very little. And I would be shocked if it doesn't make that money back very quickly, if it retains this quality all the way through. It's just insane how easy they make it look. Like just this shot would take a normal team weeks and weeks, months and months to do. And even then it would be like the one big set piece shot in the whole game. Whereas these guys just casually drop it like it's nothing. It's really, really impressive. So, yeah, they're Chinese devs, and we looked up the studio. The studio is brand new. So it's they are called Eclipse Glow Games, which is a bit of a mouthful, but They are headquartered in Chengdu, Sichuan, China. I am so sorry for trying to pronounce that. But specifically, they are, it's described in this IGN article. It's a new studio based in Chengdu, China, supported by investment from Chinese megacorp Tencent. They are made up of over 100 devs with previous experience from franchises like Yakuza, okay, For Honor, Ubisoft, Assassin's Creed, Ubisoft, Persona, ooh, and Prince of Persia, also Ubisoft. So I think there's a really good chance that a lot of Ubisoft devs that worked at Ubisoft Shanghai or some Ubisoft studio in China left and then started this studio and got money from Tencent to work on it. But I mean, it shows the amazing talent of the team, you know. It's why I always say, like, guys, it's really easy to just blindly dismiss a lot of these companies or a lot of the stuff they're doing as, well, it's just Ubisoft, it's just EA, it's just Take-Two, whatever. But you got to remember, there's amazing talent out there. Almost always the problem with these games come from the executives and come from the people on high making these decisions and forcing the devs to do things that they probably wouldn't do on their own. Which is why you can end up with so many bizarre games and bizarre choices, even though the developers are super, super talented. And once the devs leave, they found their own studios and then they show you what they're capable of. And you're like, oh, geez. Okay. Wow. You know, I'm sure IGN will cry about the game eventually. I would not be surprised if that happens. Yeah. I think it's only a matter of time before you start to see hit pieces drop on it, because that's just IGN for you. That's IGN. What do you expect? So, is this an open world? Would it be a good fit for it? No, I don't think it's an open world. Again, I think in terms of structure, it's probably something more like a Devil May Cry, Stellar Blade, something like that. It might have broader, more open areas, but I'm guessing it's going to be much more linear, which I think is okay because the fidelity is crazy. They don't have a controversial logo, do they? Oh my God, that's a good question. Oh my God, what if they do? Oh God. Hold on, we have to check. Do they show the logo here? Oh my God. If you kind of blur your eyes a little bit, it looks kind of like a wiener. Oh my God, cancel them now. Shut this down. When will we stand up? When will we have enough? First, it was the Black Myth Wukong devs with a logo that looked kind of like a sperm, and now this. If you squint your eyes, it looks like a wiener. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This industry used to be great. Now it's filled with all this rubbish. No, it's half a booba. Oh, based. Okay. In that case, yeah, no, let's give them money. Or maybe that's also problematic. I don't know. It's hard to say. You never know what they're going to freak out about. Because I do think, like, if it were shaped, if the Game Science logo was shaped like fallopian tubes, you probably would have seen them calling it like perverse and bad. But then the logo, if you look at it a certain way, kind of looks like a sperm. And so then they're like, see, so it's sexist and they hate women. It's like, what are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? We're just making stuff up right now, right? I think that's what we're doing. I think we're just being silly. I think that's what's going on. Stupid. I can't, dude. Dude, to troll them, they should put, even though this game is set in London, they should put just like a map on the wall and it just says Gulf of America, and watch IGN lose their minds. That would be so freaking funny if they did that. Oh, they're like, hey, IGN's going to try to get us canceled anyways. Why don't we just troll them a little bit? Why don't we just do that? Dude, I'd lose my mind if they did that. Oh, man. Isn't it so odd how you can tell there are Chinese/Korean devs behind a game when the game is based on Western stuff just from the aesthetics? Also, mommy, 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 mo. I do also, I mean, I do find it very interesting that you can usually tell it's like an Eastern game based on character designs. There is a certain aesthetic that they pursue. Things are maybe a little more gaudy, a little more elaborate. A lot of Western devs will focus on being like more grounded and realistic. So they'll have characters that are not as like, I don't know. They're not as fancy, not as elaborate. There's probably a good name for it. I would imagine there's a definition and a term for that style. I just don't know what it is. Hot? Is that what it is, Seductive Brew? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. There is a certain style to it though. Even like across different character designs. Like you look at Final Fantasy 16, for example, and you just look at like the armor sets. Like you look at this and you can tell that this was not made in Montreal or San Francisco. You know, like you can tell. You can tell. It's always very interesting to me. Luke means hot. Oh, okay. Daddy? No, that's Todd. How dare you? Our goal is to make Todd as uncomfortable as possible if he ever watches one of these streams. That's the goal, and we should all be on the same page with that. That's the key. You're right, that game was made in Minnesota. Are there any game studios in Minnesota? Do they have any like big game studios? Hold on. I'll ask Grok. Are there any well-known game dev studios in Minnesota? I can't think of any. Blizzard? No way Blizzard's in Minnesota. Concrete Software. They make PGA Tour Golf Shootout, PBA Bowling Challenge. Okay. Game Mill. Oh, Game Mill is there? Game Mill pumps out a ton of like of those like family games, Barbie games and Pixar games and stuff like that. Activision Blizzard has an office in Eden Prairie. Oh, I didn't know they had an office in Eden Prairie. Interesting. Big John Games, an independent studio focusing for games on the Nintendo platforms. Monster Games. They work on racing games, including contributions to NASCAR Heat. Donkey Kong Country. Okay. Huh. Okay. There you go. There you go. Game Mill. God. Yeah, it's funny because their name literally is like a pejorative term. Like most companies don't want to be known as a game mill. But see, they pump out like those arcadey style games. They do a bunch of stuff. Cobra Kai, American Ninja Warrior. Dude, really? They did a Ninja Warrior game? I didn't know that this was a thing.
Rated E for
Wow. I don't know what I was expecting it to look like, but
Ray Saturn donated $10 through Super Chat. Hey Luke, love what you do. Question, would you buy stock in EA currently? It's down to $130 a share and I was considering buying one.
Would I buy EA shares? The general rule of thumb for like game dev investments and stuff is specifically if you think that they have the potential for some competitive advantage, because the industry is so competitive, they have to have something that no one else has. For EA, they have sports stuff. So if you think sports games are going to continue growing and evolving and specifically increasing in revenue, then you could buy a share and invest in that. They also have a lot of albatrosses around their necks as well, though. They have a lot of dead weight they're carrying, and recent guidance shows that FC engagement and spending is down, which is not good for them, which is why their stock price plummeted. So if this is the start of a decrease in spending, their stock price is only going to continue to drop. But if it's just a little blip on the radar and then it's going to recover, then it'll be a good investment. So it requires a lot of reading into what's going on with their franchises. Maybe read some analysts' reports and see if they think that that was a blip or if you think that it's a more permanent change. And that will inform your choice of whether to invest or not. Not an easy answer. The big thing is just, I think with most investments, you should invest in ETFs, invest in like an S&P 500, invest in there's some other ones that are good. Like for example, the Vanguard Russell 1000 growth ETF. Vanguard has a bunch of these, but this one has a really low expense ratio. It's called VONG, but it holds a bunch of different stocks. Specifically, VONG is invested in stocks in the Russell 1000 Growth Index, broadly diversified index, predominantly made up of growth stocks in large U.S. companies. So specifically stocks that these guys who do this for a living pick that they think has a lot of potential growth. And it's all U.S. companies as well. And do they have the breakdown on what they hold? Portfolio. So yeah, you can see the different holdings. 58% of it is technology, 7.5% industrial, 6.6% healthcare. And then they break down what stocks that actually holds. And so when you invest in something like a VONG, you're buying one share of this, but that share represents a bunch of little slivers of these companies. That's what I would typically recommend you do. The only way I think you should buy individual shares of stock is, like, I think most people have the capacity for maybe 5. And before you buy any shares of an individual stock, you do a ton of research, which is why I say most people only have a certain capacity to get to know the stocks really well. So you just study it, you read everything you can about the company, you get to know them inside and out, you know what their business cycles are like, you know what their expenses are like, you know what types of projects or announcements you should look out for. And you just get to know the company like the back of your hand. And then you invest in them at that point. But most people buying individual shares of stocks are just going to end up either losing money or making less than if they just bought into a fund. Oh no, it has Tesla stock in it. A lot of people made a lot of money on Tesla stock. A lot of people. Dude, I remember sitting in a finance class in college, and one of our professors came in and he ran a hedge fund. They brought in a guest who ran a hedge fund. And so the professor was like, ask him any questions. And somebody asked him about Tesla. And this was probably late 2019, I think. And I mean, if you look at Tesla stock, I mean, late 2019, yeah, because this was winter or fall semester 2019. It was trading compared to today at like 22, 23 a share. Now they did a stock split after this, so at the time it was higher, but you get the point. Compared to today, it was at about $23 a share. And I remember that guy saying, we're long on Tesla. We think that it's going to, at the time, it was going to 1,000. He said, we think it's going to 1,000. So I think, you know, we're long on it. And then it ended up going significantly above 1,000. Now it's trading at the equivalent of like 1,400 or something like that. You know, it really blew up. But that guy made probably like $150, $200 million through his hedge fund on his Tesla investments. Because right here is where he was buying. Right in here. So he's doing just fine. But it's because he knew the crap out of Tesla as a business, as a stock. He understood it. So he was confident in investing millions of dollars of his own money and his investors' money. But unless you can answer like very specific questions about a stock and a specific company, I would not invest in that single stock. Just buy some VONG, or something, do it that way, and I think you will avoid a lot of potential heartache and heartburn when things don't go well. So then he put it all in NVIDIA. Them long calls, man. Yeah, dude. Yeah, if you see something in a company, you can make buku bucks. You can make buku bucks. I told you guys, but my booyah. Do. Thank you. Do you think of
Jtolded donated $3.
Nope.
Hey Luke, do you think Gears of War Ede will revive the franchise?
Yeah. I mean, it depends what you mean by revive. Do I think it's going to like reignite interest in it? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think as long as it's a really solid update to the franchise and overhaul to a lot of the core mechanics, because I do think a lot of what they did back in the day will not hold up to modern standards. So I think it just needs a fresh perspective and a fresh look. But if they can do that, I do think it'll pop off. And it seems like they've been given enough time to work on it. Is it luck or skill? Picking stocks and stuff? Oh, it's absolutely a skill. There's people that can get lucky once or twice, but in the long term, nobody beats the greats or the market in general, which is why you see somebody who's like, oh, I made 100% return on this one investment. If you stretch out the time horizon and you look at like a 20-year, 30-year investment portfolio, they will probably be underperforming just investing in the S&P 500 because they get cocky. They think, oh, I made 100% return on that one investment. I'm going to put all my chips on this stock that I'm also very confident in. And sometimes stuff just goes bad and you lose out. I've told you guys, one stock that I invested a lot in and I investigated a lot towards the end of last year was Archer. This is not financial advice, but Archer Aviation. And I mean, I've done pretty well on that investment because I read a crap ton about it, was pretty confident in it and invested in it. And I've enjoyed great returns, but after that really good return on what I thought was a golden opportunity that I bought into and then, have enjoyed, I'm going to take that money that I made and I'm going to put it back into like ETFs and funds and invest that way. No hawk to a coin, Luke. Where do you think I got the money to invest in Archer? I mean, yeah, that's where I invested my hawk to a coin into this. Yeah. Somebody's going to clip that and be like, see, Luke just admitted he bought hawk to a coin. No, I'm joking. We're being silly. Luke, Bethesda made an Elder Scrolls 6 post. Oh, really? They would. Classic. We're offering one lucky winner the chance to create an NPC for the Elder Scrolls 6 to benefit Make-A-Wish Mid-Atlantic. Winning bid will go directly to Make-A-Wish so they can keep granting wishes. Visit their silent auction to bid. Oh. So you like bid on the chance to create an NPC in the game. That's kind of cool. Coastal Nantucket Escape. Ooh. I have a bunch of stuff. Can I search? I wonder how much it is now. Like, where is it at? Elder. What if I just look up Elder? It's up to $6,700. And it's rated priceless. I wonder if they have override. Because you better believe I'd put God Howard in, and he's like a raving lunatic who like is trying to found a religion within Elder Scrolls, and he's just like an NPC that walks around the city in rags and is like raving about how great his new project Starfield's gonna be. I'd go hard with it, dude. I think it'd be really, really funny. It's gonna be like 20K or more by the end of it, dude. If I were Asmongold, if I had Asmon money and I'm raking in like $250,000 a month or whatever he takes in, I'd be bidding on this just for the memes, dude. It goes to a great cause and you could meme. Come on, Luke, you know what you have to do. I might be able to do like 7. I do agree. This thing's going to end up at like 20 or 30,000 though. And I don't have 20 or $30,000 to spend on something stupid like this. I mean, it's going to a great cause.
Agent
But I'd
Stan
be doing it
donated
for a
$3.
stupid reason.
Hey Luke, since we're seeing a lot of games set in Chinese mythology, would you like to see in games set in Indian mythology?
Yeah, I do think that that's really underutilized. I do agree. I think the reason we haven't seen a lot of it is because a lot of these companies don't see India as a big market for games to be sold in. Whereas if they make a game that like appeals to Chinese audiences, they view that as potential like billion dollar potential release, you know, if they can get Chinese gamers to buy it. So yeah, if I had Asmon money, I would hire a lady cleaner. Yeah, you would think. He is the emperor of the neckbeards. How dare you suggest he cleans his dominion? How dare? How dare you? Real serious. I'm super serial. You best believe the NPC is going to be the most killed character within the game. If it's some annoying E-celeb, everyone wins, especially once the mods come around. Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree. If it's, I'd be worried with something like this. I'm sure they have like little fine print. I'd be worried that it's going to be some like OnlyFans model that gets it. And then it's like, yeah, you donated to a charity for it, but also like, come on, you know, I'd be worried it's something like that. Do I think we'll get another Infamous game? Not for a long time. I think it's on ice for a long time. And then Orc 2077, thank you for the 7 months. Sub with Prime, thank you. That's wonderful. So Co-Carnage and Cyberpunk. See, in my brain, I just mentioned the like OnlyFans model. So when you said that, my brain went to Co-Carnage as an OnlyFans model, and then I was like, what? it broke my brain for a second. It's like I don't think he does OnlyFans. Maybe he does. I don't know. It broke my brain for a minute. Oh, that's funny. Little traumatizing, just a little. Okay, what else do we have? Oh yeah, I guess we should touch on this because people were sending me this. And I think we should probably react to it real quick. New mini segment. You didn't say praise be to Todd. This is heresy. Oh, you're right. Oh my God. Oh my God. Here it comes. Here comes the blowback. Here we go. I know. I'm sorry. My mind's in the gutter. That's just what happens, man. Okay. So everybody is eagerly awaiting the announcement of when GTA 6 is coming. We're awaiting the second trailer. I am a believer that they're just going to casually one day post something on Instagram or Twitter and just be like, new trailer tonight at 6 p.m. I think that's what they're going to do. They're just going to casually drop it. It's not going to be like this huge, crazy, whatever. They could, if they wanted to just melt the internet, they could do like a 24-hour countdown timer and do it that way. I don't think they need to. And yeah, I think if they did that, there would be so many like attempted hackings of their website and of YouTube or wherever they put it up that it just wouldn't be worth it. I think they just drop it and do it that way. But there has been a statement made by some various people or several statements made by various people that some people are latching onto and taking as hard, cold fact, when in reality they are more deductions or maybe inferences more than anything. So for example, the CEO of Corsair, he said, oh yeah, no, GTA 6 I think is coming in the fall, and then I think we kind of get it on PC in the spring, which would be very surprising if it's in the spring. I mean, that would be very surprising. And I think he doesn't have any special information. I think he's just saying that because he wants you to go buy PC peripherals and stuff from his company. in anticipation of that. And then when it comes a year later, he's like, oh, I guess I was wrong. So I wouldn't take that with much credibility, but people are taking it as confirmation that maybe it's still looking like it comes in the spring, or in the fall rather. And then Kotaku posted an article in which they said, probably, or like right around there, they expect it will launch on October 28th. Pretty close to that point. I mean, I'm fairly certain if the game doesn't get delayed to 2026, which Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick doesn't think will happen. GTA 6 is arriving sometime in late October, and October 28th is the last Tuesday of the month, a month in which Rockstar has historically released a lot of its bigger games. But this isn't just a random guess based on fall 2025 release window and Rockstar's past game releases. I mean, it kind of is. There's a few more things that they go through in the article. I look through it. I don't like pulling up full Kotaku articles because I don't like giving them ad revenue. But I pulled it up through an archive thing that I guess I accidentally closed the tab of. So, oops. But anyway, basically what they say is that when you look at when Red Dead 2 launched, it was late October as well. If you look at how they generally try to market these games, releasing on a Tuesday tends to line up pretty well because it's usually Tuesdays or Thursdays that games launch. And I remember we looked it up one time. Why do so many games launch on like Tuesdays? And it had to do with an old style of when games were based on physical media. They would have to load the trucks full of like the DVDs or Blu-rays on Monday, and then they had to ship them out. And then they would arrive overnight on Monday night, be stocked onto the shelves for Tuesday morning. And I think that is, it's just interesting how that holds over to today. You know, it is interesting. But anyway, with all this, I do understand, and I do think it does make sense that it releases in October, because there are some other Take-Two Interactive projects that are lined up around that time. For example, the Borderlands 4 release is scheduled for, I believe, September or something. September 24th, maybe. And they have Mafia this summer also coming. They have some sports games coming as well. And the other elephant in the room is that Call of Duty is expected to come out in November as well, which, I mean, yes, GTA 6 is massive. Call of Duty is also massive. Not probably as massive as the single big kersploosh splash that GTA 6 makes, but it is still a massive release every year that you have to be aware of. And so I think that there's a really good a really good chance that they try to thread the needle and aim for October for GTA 6, because then you get an entire month with GTA 6, Call of Duty launches, and they call it good. You know, they maybe release the online mode around the same time, if not a week or two before Call of Duty Online, and they go that route. So that would be a thing. Bro talks about physical like it's not a real thing anymore. Fair point. I think with this, it's not as big of a deal anymore because so many people are buying games digitally. I think in the US, it's now averaging like 85% of copies sold are going digital. It's something crazy like that. So the physical distribution of games is just not as much of a bottleneck as it used to be, you know, because back in 2005, when you were releasing a game, if you didn't have enough physical copies in the store on day one, you just didn't sell more copies. Like, you were just limited to however many got to the store. That's why people would camp out overnight to make sure they got a copy, you know? And so I think it's just nowadays not as big of a deal. It's not as pressing, but yeah, Busta says even Activision fears Rockstar releases. They put Black Ops 4 at the start of October before Red Dead Redemption 2 released. First time in years for a COD launching outside of November. Yeah, no, I mean, they're massive games, and they're games that also absorb a ton of the earned media that is out there. So every streamer, every YouTuber is going to be making tons of videos and streams about it. It's going to be all anybody's really talking about. And when you're trying to recoup a $500 million investment, like with Call of Duty, you just frankly can't risk any potential hiccups. So you just put it earlier, you put it later, and you call it good. Call it good. And just don't rock the boat too much. And I think that's where they're at with GTA 6, is they just know it's going to be such a massive thing that they don't want to bother with it if they don't have to. It's like, just keep a little room, keep space. What do they say with Wicked? Hold space for it. Hold space, whatever that means. Yeah. So anyway, this is not locked in. This is not fact. They've not confirmed that GTA 6 is launching on the 28th of October, but it is a date that makes a lot of sense when you look at the calendar and you try to piece things together. I don't think they want to end up in November. I don't think they want to end up in September next to Borderlands. I don't think the game will be ready by August. If it were ready by August, I think we would have heard much more about it by now. And they have Mafia that they still insist is ready for this summer. This summer means pretty much any time, probably from June to August. So, and we haven't seen much of Mafia, so I would guess Mafia is July or August. Not many games release in July for whatever. It's honestly because most people are outside and are getting sunshine. Imagine that, touching literal grass. And so game releases in July are pretty rare, especially for big projects and big releases. So I would guess that Mafia is probably August would be my assumption. So you're at a spot where if Take-Two doesn't want to cannibalize their own game, they kind of have to either go November, October, or like as early as July. It's not going to be ready for July. They haven't said it's coming in the summer. They say it's coming late this year. And they don't want to go up against Call of Duty if they don't have to, because it's just not worth the headache. And so it just makes sense. End of October, that's where they released Red Dead Redemption 2. There's a Tuesday there, probably on that Tuesday. Easy peasy. When the hell will we see something with GTA 6? I think actually there's a pretty good chance we see something. I'm going to go mid to late March. Mid to late March. I think April, everything's going to be about the Switch 2. And so I think that they're giving that a little bit of breathing room. But I think March, there's pretty much nothing from mid-March to late March. So they're going to just kind of thread that needle, do a trailer announcement there. And then they'll say, see more this summer. And they'll do something there. I say tomorrow. If it's tomorrow, you get a free game on Steam. How about that? I'll buy you whatever game you want on Steam. If they drop a trailer tomorrow, you get whatever game you want. Okay? Bust a nut. It has been confirmed. I do declare. Milan Yannick, thank you for the 2. Vavra said that Witcher 4 is in dev hell because of UE5. What was his exact quote? Because I remember seeing a headline, but I don't recall it being exactly that. Hold on. News segment. Okay. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 dev, actually the co-founder and like head honcho at Warhorse, Daniel Vavra, says that Witcher 4 development is slow and blasts open world games on UE5. In an interview from 11 months ago, the co-founder of Warhorse Studios, Daniel Vavra, was asked why he chose CryEngine to power Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 versus something like Unreal Engine. And he said, quote, at that time, nothing else could handle it like this. And to be fair, Unreal couldn't run it even today. He continued, I talked with guys who are making The Witcher or from studios that are just trying to make some open world games on Unreal because there aren't really any open world games on Unreal. AC, everything like that is on their own engine. He continues, CD Projekt Red just switched to Unreal, even though, in my opinion, they had a good proprietary engine. I talked to someone whose name I obviously can't say, and I said to him, so how about Unreal? Great! We already have pieces done, like some landscapes, he said. And I said, well, what about the open world? And the dev replied, not yet. When did they announce it? A year or two ago, and it still doesn't work? Now, again, 11 months ago, when Daniel gave this interview, is when it happened, 11 months ago. But what he presents is a bigger problem in the industry, one that more and more gamers have been continually bringing up, and that's the Unreal Engine problem with everybody doing it. Game series like The Witcher aren't the only ones moving to Unreal. Halo recently announced its shift to Unreal Engine 5 after spending millions on its proprietary Slipspace engine. Why does that create a problem? Because while Unreal Engine has been a fantastic tool that has allowed greater ease of use compared to other engines on the market, it also acts as a trap for some who don't know how to use the technology properly. Looking at games that perform poorly, especially at launch, like Lords of the Fallen, Remnant 2, Stalker 2, and others, it's clear there's a pattern beginning to form when it comes to games powered by Unreal Engine 5, especially when those titles are open world in nature. Yeah, I mean, I do think that this is sort of the elephant in the room with moving to Unreal for The Witcher, because Unreal has historically really struggled with large environments that require multiple zones to be streamed in at one time. It's just something that the engine's always struggled with, and it's been a concern for The Witcher 4, certainly, among other games. Daniel later mentioned that Unreal Engine simply wasn't made for open world games, nor terrain generation. Quote, if you wanted to make a game on Unreal from some rocks, that's great, but it couldn't do trees for a long time. Their nanite tech couldn't generate vegetation until now. Now it can. Looking at you, Satisfactory. He goes on to detail the amazing videos of trees and the lifelike nature of vegetation that's produced in Unreal Engine 5, but hammers it for performance. Quote, until you look at some demo and realize that while it looks absolutely divine, photos, just like a movie, then you need a computer that costs 200,000 or 200 grand, which is roughly 8,000 euro or $8,000. And a maximum of 4 people can walk there because otherwise even the damn computer that costs 200 grand will not be able to run it. Looking back at this interview post-release of KCD2, it's hard to argue against the performance perspective, which, I mean, it's true. The game runs very, very well and looks very, very good to boot. And I think that this is one of those concerns because Witcher 4 looks tremendous. What we've seen looks phenomenal. But it's one thing to look great in a cutscene. It's another thing entirely to be able to perform well as far as gameplay is concerned. But this is one of those things where part of the move to Unreal seems to have been a strategic shift for Epic as well, because Epic, I mean, they're not happy that everybody hears Unreal Engine game open world and rolls their eyes. They don't want that to be the case. They want you to hear Unreal Engine open world game and go, oh my God, awesome. Because they want other studios to use their engine to give them more money. Like, they want everybody to be stoked on it. So one of the goals for Epic over the last few years has been to improve their engine and get to the point where it is good enough to be able to manage open world simulation, open world generation, things like that. Let's see. I think it was the 5.5 demo where they showed this. Was this it? It might have been 5.2. 5.2. Oh, this, yeah, 5.2. This demo where they showed all this stuff, they showcased the open world environments with the different substrates. This thing where they showed dynamically changing environments and building environments using these, what do they call them? Blueprints? Not blueprints. They call them, what do they call them?
Procedural assembly to the world.
Assemblies.
And the cool thing is that it communicates. Thank you. Yeah. Pretty cool.
So wait, watch how we can edit it in real time.
And the cool thing is that it communicates with other nearby procedural elements in the scene, like the creek bed. So let's say a designer comes by, wants to direct the player to drive to the left. Jacob can simply move the assembly to the right, and everything updates to accommodate that change.
I love the wow in the audience. So these are tools that did not exist when they decided to use CryEngine for KCD2, to be very clear. But this is kind of exactly what he's been saying, is that these tools are just now arriving at Unreal Engine, and they're very powerful and they're very cool. But even today, we haven't really seen this type of technology executed and used. we just haven't. Like, we've seen demos and stuff. We've seen some games that say they're going to start using tools like this, but we've never seen something on this scale and with this level of fidelity. And so it's still a big question mark whether this can like really work well. Unreal Engine AI tools, are you asking if this counts as AI? I mean, it's procedural. I don't think this counts as like, this isn't using an LLM. This isn't using generative AI. It's just using procedural rules and stuff. As you can see, they have seed counts and seed numbers listed here. So this is the same procedural tech that's been in games for decades. It's just overhauled and kind of streamlined. But you can see how they can go in and generate these massive maps very quickly and fairly easily. This is the, he describes it here. I'll let him.
If we hide all of the procedural elements, we can see that original hand-built area about 200 meters by 200 meters. We believe that there will always be the need for hand-building environments, so we design these procedural systems to be tools for artists that work in concert with hand-built content. Both Substrate and the new procedural tools will be available in experimental form in 5.2.
So he's right that these tools for massive open world game development just weren't there until relatively recently. And even now they're adding a bunch of stuff and they're improving it in real time. It keeps getting better and better.
Unreal's newest up.
That absolutely is true. But it takes time. It takes time. And even then the tools might have big drawbacks. What he brought up specifically in that article from Windows Central was that performance is a big hurdle where you need a freaking $8,000 PC to get the thing to even run. And then even then you have a few more NPCs walking around in the environment and the game turns to crap and can't run at all, which is why then it requires you to render at stupid low resolutions, run everything with DLSS and frame generation just to get it functioning, because it really is not optimized and it hasn't been refined to the point where it can manage those big environments and stuff. So to say that this, as somebody mentioned in chat, I think Milan mentioned this initially, to say that like Witcher 4 is in development hell, I don't think that's what this is saying. I think that would be a sensationalization of what is actually being said here. All he's saying is that after a year or two of development, they still haven't gotten to the stage of having an open world in The Witcher 3 or Witcher 4 as of 11 months ago, as of a year ago. Like early January of 2025, February 2020 or 2024 rather. They didn't have an open world yet. The game was also really early on, so maybe that's perfectly expected. Maybe that's very normal and shouldn't be shocking. So I don't find this to be that like jaw-dropping. It tells me they're building a lot of tools. They're having to build a lot of stuff, but I don't think that this means it's in development hell or anything like that. I'd be hesitant to listen to anybody who reads this article and concludes that it's in development hell, because that to me suggests that they are trying to, like, it sounds like something somebody would say if they're the type to be like, oh, the game's going to flop because it has Siri as the protagonist, you know, one of those types. Because you read this article, you read the actual message, and nothing in this sounds like they're in development hell. I mean, I don't know how you would conclude that from this article, but I mean, as for this, yeah, he says we got pieces done, like some landscapes. So they built out some landscapes, but they don't have the full open world. Not yet. Like, I don't see how that means development hell, especially when we're talking about very, very early on in development, you know? You can find a video of it, of him saying it's in development hell. CDPR devs talk about the UE5 improvements they made. Videos called How Small Open Doors Can Lead to a Better CPU Utilization in Bigger Games. Oh, from Unreal Fest 2024. Oh, I'm down. We probably can't watch it today, but that sounds interesting. It's only 5 months in full dev, 11 months before they start the trailer. Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you that this is very early on in development. Milan, you'll try to find it? Cool. Sorry. This is just funny. I was like, I Googled Witcher 4 development hell, and it's on the subreddit r/. I don't want YouTube to get mad at me, but I don't know what subreddit I expected to find the article on, but that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, even this article that so this one is quoting the same bit. Kingdom Come game just launched, impressive reviews. Discuss CDPR believes switching was a mistake. Yeah, this is taking the same quotation. Talked to someone from CDPR and said to him, so what about Unreal? What about the open world? And he said, not yet. So does he at any point say development hell? Or are people just adding that in? Yeah, it's nowhere in the transcript. So I think people are just adding that in. I think that's what's happening here. Let's see. Oh yeah, it totally did get buried. Sorry, Enigma. Yeah, you're right. Let me see. Enigma, thank you for that one. The Path of the Abyss is the name of the game. It's been called the Argentinian Fallout. It's from ex-filmmaker from here. I've heard of Path of the Abyss, actually. I've heard of this. Path into the Abyss. I think that's the one. Yeah, I think we pulled this up on stream before because somebody was asking about it, and I said I just need to see more. I need to see more gameplay and stuff because there wasn't a lot to go on. But yeah, the Path of the Abyss. The Path into the Abyss. Yeah, I think it's the Path into the Abyss. Yeah, cool. I have that pulled up. I can add it to my Steam wish list or whatever so I can follow it. If you read that Witcher 4 article, it's complete horseradish. I mean, this is the thing where I'm like trying to find the point where he says that it's in development hell, and he never says it's in development hell. The articles that are concluding that are like, I think both taking, they're not even taking him out of context because they're just adding something he didn't say. States Unreal Engine 5 is a poor choice for open world games. I mean, he said for them, especially, it wasn't a good choice at the time. They had to make the choice coming off of the first game because all the tools that exist now did not exist then, which absolutely is true. He highlights a familiar source, shared information, The Witcher 4, revealing CDPR has made little progress on the RPG's open world. As of 11 months ago, before it was in development. So no. And then this is also why the director skipped Unreal Engine for KCD2 and went with CryEngine. Yeah, because he thought there was a better option. So even the highlights don't mention development hell. Like this is pure sensationalism that I think is probably I don't know. It's like not even really, I guess it is clickbait because it's just not real. It's just not, you're just adding something he didn't say. It's like that Inside Gaming article that we looked at, that, or Insider Gaming, sorry, of that video of Mark Alexis Cote. Let's see if I can find it. I wonder if they deleted it. They should have. It was a garbage article. It was specifically worst. It was no. They basically Mark Alexis Cotier, who runs like the whole Assassin's Creed franchise, he did an interview at like a panel, and they just totally like took a quote he didn't say and misconstrued it into this massive
Dr.
thing.
Jones donated $9.99.
Thank you, Dr. Jones.
Super chat. Hey, I am currently on deployment and watching your videos have made my time better.
Oh.
I can't wait to come home and experience KCD2 like you have.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
No, thank you, my friend. Stay safe, firstly. And yeah, when you get back, there's a lot to sink your teeth into. I'll tell you what. There's a lot. There's a lot to tackle. So just you wait. Just you wait, my friend. There's a lot. So thank you. Stay safe. I'm trying to find this damn thing. I don't see it. Maybe I'll stumble onto it. But basically the story is that there was an interview on a pod or on a, oh, here it is. Yeah, so the article was like half of AC Shadows devs never built a game before. And then they said, like the other subtitle, yeah, it claimed the company considers Shadows the weakest entry in the series. So that was previously, I think, either the subtitle of the article or it was like part of the title. And they're like, yeah, so even the devs of AC Shadows consider AC Shadows to be the weakest entry in the series. And they use a segment from an interview he gave publicly at XDS in front of many people that was being streamed online. And they made it out like the guy that runs all of Assassin's Creed was saying that AC Shadows was the worst one they'd ever made. If you think about that for 10 seconds, you'd be like, why the hell would he say that about his own game? He wouldn't. Because he didn't say that. It was just like a totally made up snippet. So I kind of got upset with them. It was just embarrassing. Like the part that they say, according to Mark Alexis Cotier, this is taken from the original article. The game's internal evaluation isn't promising either. The team behind Shadows considers this entry to be the weakest in the entire Assassin's Creed franchise. But he doesn't say that ever in the clip. Like, it doesn't make sense. You watch the whole interview, the 45-minute panel thing. He never says that. So I called him out, and then they issued a correction. They never, Tom never directly responded to me though. But I did hear that people at Ubisoft actually saw that and were like, thank you for calling him out for that. Because if we did, people call us like shills or whatever, but thank you for calling him out for that. But you still saw 1.2K likes. People were retweeting this. People made YouTube videos about it, running with it. Even Ubisoft hates their own game when it was all just a lie. Like it just wasn't true. Either it was sloppy or it was just made up, you know? And so you got to be careful when you see a headline, just reading the headline, because sometimes a headline will make you think one thing, but then you actually read the article or the interview and it says nothing of the sort. And it's just pure clickbait. Because you look at this article, you'd be like, oh God, that's crazy. And then you look at the actual source and he never says anything like that. He says, yeah, before the game was in full development, they didn't have an open world. And I think that the Unreal Engine, when we were selecting engines, wasn't the right engine for us. Like, it doesn't mean that it's in dev hell, you know? No, Milan, you're good. That's why, like, by the way, I saw some people jokingly being like, ban the chatter. I'm not going to ban you, Milan. Like, if it's an honest mistake, it's an honest mistake. This is not your fault for reading the article and taking what the journalist said to be accurately reported. Like, this is on outlets like this that put stuff like this out to try and rage bait people into clicking on it. You know, this is a games industry journalist, whatever problem. This isn't necessarily an audience problem. So Sorry, mate. Watched it all over again. It's not really there. My mistake. Probably got it connected with discussion under it. By the way, I hope for Witcher 4 success. Oh no, yeah, you're fine, Milan. If I saw that article and I was going off of it, I'd be like, what the hell? You know, it's just something you gotta be very cautious with, unfortunately, nowadays, because there's a lot of people that will just see something that confirms their priors and what they already believe, and then they will just run with it, and it gets them into trouble, because some people get clowned on and look real stupid real quick. For example, this is really funny. I don't know if we'll turn this into a segment or anything. I'm just going to show you because it's really funny. There's a guy that makes typical like outrage content. You know, the type that's like everything's woke, everything's garbage, you know, that type. And he posted a video. Exclusive! Ubisoft Insider says AC Shadows was delayed again to May of 2025. Whoa. McDizzle Gaming says, none of this is reality, and I know this because I'm the leaker. See attached, and he shares the email he sent to this guy. I did this to demonstrate the bad faith reporting in gaming news, especially around a game like AC Shadows. Ethics in games journalism is important. He could have asked for proof. He could have messaged me on a different platform. He could have reached out to other sources, but he didn't. He didn't verify any credentials as he indicated. The only communication is attached. Anyone can send an email to him, pretend to be anyone, and it becomes news. This has been a trend, and I have more examples. In fact, his BioWare leaker reached out to me to say that they were just messing with him. Like, and then shares the full email and everything. And it's just like totally fake, just to troll him and to get him report on something that was fake. But he didn't validate it, didn't check it. He just made a video running with it as an exclusive breaking news story when it was not real. Like, can you imagine? Like, can you imagine, man? I cannot fathom that. I've had people reaching out, and look, even now, the dude, even now in response to this, waiting until it's official. Dude, it's fake. It's just amazing. Just cancel the damn game already. They didn't even read it. They saw this and just went with that and moved on with their day. Like, it's amazing to me how little thought people will put into stuff. But this is why you just have to be cautious, because there's people that are both dim-witted and maybe are incapable of seeing through the charades that will present themselves. But you also will see people who are acting just in bad faith. They've decided they want to hate X game. They hate this developer. They hate this or this studio, whatever. And if they see anything that goes with that narrative, they'll believe it, even if it's fake. And that's why it matters whether or not you care if something is true. Like, it's one of those things you have to ask yourself at some point in life and just be like, do I actually care what's true? And it sounds like a no duh type of question, but there's a lot of people out there who I think, honestly, if they seriously self-reflect, they might say no, because it might lead you to a position where you're uncomfortable or where things you currently believe are not true. You know, like you may believe that, you know, this guy that's built his life on doing Bigfoot tours, and he goes and takes people out to look for Bigfoot in the woods. Does he actually like truly care if Bigfoot is real or not? Or is it something where he has a vested interest in it, so it doesn't really matter if it's true or not? Like, he just wants to go along with it. Same thing with these guys that have their whole YouTube channels dedicated to hating on X. It doesn't really matter what's true or what's not, so long as it continues with X, because that's how they make their living. And so you just have to be cautious. Because some people will just tell you things to further the narrative, even if it's not true, because they don't really care what's true. They just care about continuing on with what they're doing. And it gets hate sometimes. I mean, to call it out on the flip side, I had people calling me a shill for calling out Insider Gaming for the fake reporting that they later corrected. But it's because like I'd like to think that I care what's true.
DR Jones donated $9.99
That sounds woke,
through
Luke.
Super Chat. I got to go back to work for a while. I won't be able to see you live for a long time. I will stick with downloading your streams. Again, thank you very much. Goodbye, Luke. Stay safe.
No, you stay safe, my friend. I'm chilling like a loser in a basement right now. You stay safe, my friend. Thank you for the very generous super chat. And yeah, no, I mean, we'll look forward to seeing you again soon, okay, my friend? Yeah, no, you need all the well wishes. Everybody wish Dr. Jones safe travel, safe, I guess, just existence. I don't know. Just be safe, my friend. Be safe. Yeah, Luke's a shell confirmed. Oh man. Yeah. See, look how lovely this community is. Isn't that great? Everybody being nice. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? Dude, all of this stuff with like getting that guy caught in a lie or in a fake reporting story, it kind of makes me want to like try trolling some people and see what they run with, you know, like, because I feel like I could write a convincing email pretending to be like a leaker to one of these guys and tell them exactly what they want to hear, and they'll just run with it. Please do it and make good content. I do think it would be funny. And if it humiliates one person to the point where they learn their lesson and don't do it again and start validating sources, that's all I want. Like, I just want people to realize that there should be standards. Just because you are a YouTuber does not mean that your standards should necessarily be lower. I've had to learn that lesson because it's really easy to think I'm a YouTuber. I'm not a games journalist, so I don't need to try that hard or be that cautious. But like, you do, because let's be honest, we have a larger platform than the journalists do. But still, I do think it could be funny. I do think it could be really, really funny. So who knows? Watch out, all you people out there running with stories unvalidated. Like, I had people reach out to me about the Wonder Woman game like a year and a half, 2 years ago, but it was only one guy. And so I couldn't do anything with it. Like, he sent me some stuff that would be very, very hard to fake. But it was only one guy. And so I wasn't able to run with it. I was like, okay, well, we'll keep an eye on it. Whatever. What are you going to do? Can't really corroborate this. And then like in the last few months, I had a few people reach out. I don't know if it's because I did a video on Shadow of War or what, but I had a few people reach out about the Wonder Woman game. And all of a sudden I was like, oh, this actually goes with what that person was telling me. And I was able to validate all of that. So sometimes it's not as exciting as you would think. You know, you'll get one email and then 2 years will pass. And then you get another, source that confirms it. But that's what it should be, is that you don't just run with something the second you get it. Or if you do see something that's really interesting, maybe you mention, I can't back this up. One person told me this, and I have reason to believe that they are who they say they are, but I've not, and maybe you even say, this person confirmed, they showed me their employee ID badge. I verified it on LinkedIn. They are in fact an employee at the studio. This is what they told me, but I can't confirm that perspective with another source yet. That I think would be fine if they said that, but this guy didn't do any follow-up, didn't check, didn't validate any source, didn't try to get like, can you send me an employee ID number, ID card, something I can see that would prove you are who you say you are? Didn't try any of that. Just ran with it. What if a troll uses 2 emails? Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, that's why, like, in the past, when I've asked to validate sources, they'll send, like, if they are real, sometimes they just stop responding, and then you're like, okay, so it's fake. It's fake. But the times that I've had somebody that's a legitimate source, they'll come out and they're willing to like send you a picture of their employee ID. They'll be like, here's my LinkedIn profile. Here's my, maybe it's like a picture of them in the studio, there's all sorts of stuff like that. Source, trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Wheel of Time says Smash JT owned up to the mistake, but the original video is still up. Is it owning up if you leave the lie out there? That seems weird. Unless you like, if you miss or if you retitled it to be like confirmed fake in the title, and that way, you know, you can make it clear that it was debunked. That I think I'd be okay with. But real quick, I want to know what you guys think of this. I want to know what you think of this. Speaking of AC Shadows, just to ask you a question. New mini segment. Are you ready? I want to know what you think of this. So this, wait, so ACV posted this on X. It's a clip, a snippet of what they're adding to AC Shadows, which is called canon mode. So you see in most gameplay, you'll select which piece of dialogue you want to make in normal mode. That is, you'll select which dialogue choice, and this plays out the way you would expect. But in canon mode, it basically automatically selects dialogue. You can actually see it kind of stutter there for a second. Right there, where it kind of like internally the game makes the selection of dialogue and then plays out. So you can play through the game without the dialogue selections, but I think you could ask like the follow-up questions. You know how in like RPGs they have the yellow text, which is the like main choices or the choice dialogue, and then there's the white text dialogue, which is like follow-up questions, maybe exposition, stuff like that. I think they'll still have that in canon mode, but the big choices will be pre-selected and determined if you choose canon mode. And I think that this is kind of interesting. I'm surprised they're bringing it at launch, because it seems like a fun idea to bring as DLC after people have finished the game. Like I'd be interested, for example, with like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I'd be interested in seeing like, what is the canon playthrough of KCD2 like? What is official? You know, I'd be very interested in that. Or like Red Dead Redemption 2, knowing, well, it doesn't really have as many branching choices. I guess it's more based on reputation, so couldn't really do a canon mode there. But like RPGs in general, I think it would be cool to see a canon mode brought to a lot of them. I think it's a clever idea. I do think it's a clever idea. I do think it encourages potentially a second playthrough, at least of the main story, to be able to see how the story would have played out differently. Like you imagine you play through Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know, that's such a massive game. Doing a canon mode would be next to impossible, because then the game would basically just be playing itself. But you know, if they added a canon mode to KCD2, I think I would play through it again with that. Maybe play through it on hardcore mode with canon mode on, and then just see what the official choices are like. So I think it's a clever idea. I like it. It's very different. And I can't think of another time we've seen this. Is there another game that has an official canon mode? Yes, Cyberpunk 2077 could be really cool. I disagree. I think that ruins a lot of fun of an RPG, especially one like KCD2. To be clear, I would not play this to start. I think you should play through an RPG role-playing the first time through. But if it's a narrative RPG, I find it interesting to know what the canon choice is, you know? Yeah, totally not a Sith says, first playthrough, make your own choices based on what you feel is right. Second playthrough, canon mode to enjoy the official story. That's kind of where I'm at. I think that could be intriguing. Yeah, a lot of cannons in Black Flag, yeah, and also in Yakuza. I think it's one of the dumbest ideas for RPGs. I think to play through an RPG for the first playthrough with this turned on would be very, very dumb. But I think playing through it on a second run through to see the official story is interesting, and I could totally see myself doing it, frankly. But only on a subsequent run. I would never do it on a first. Yeah. I'd say for a shallow RPG like AC Shadows, I don't care. Okay, that was a little funny. That was a little funny. Mass Effect could be a cool one. Yeah, that's what YouTube's for. Yeah, it's if there's like only one difference in the ending. It's like, oh, this cutscene plays differently. That could be interesting. I mean, even maybe a more recent one with like Avowed. Avowed has a lot of big choices that affect the ending and affect how things turn out. So I'd be interested in seeing like Avowed. Detroit. Oh, Detroit Become Human with a canon mode. That could be kind of cool to see what the official story would be. Especially if it was like hidden endings that you could find out and see this way. I don't know. I just find it an interesting little mode. I think it's a cool idea. I think so. Okay. Dude, how is it already 2? $2:09. What happened, dude? Time is flying. My goodness. Jesus. What about Starfield? I'm trying to think of like the big branching choices. Like in Shattered Space, there's basically one choice that determines one of 2 endings. Primary endings. There's like some sub stuff that goes into it based on other choices, but it's basically 2 endings. As for the base game, there's different stuff like factions and stuff. I don't know. When are you vacationing to Santa Monica, Luke? I'm not sure if that's a reference to something, but I'm not going to Santa Monica anytime soon. I would love it, dude. I swear to God, if they invite me to go see, like, if they are doing God of War in ancient Egypt and I get to see that, I will lose my crap. I will tell you what. Still haven't finished Shattered Space, lost interest so quick. Dude, you're telling me, dude. That was one of the funniest things because I played through it, I finished it, and I put out my little, like, mini review. I guess it was a full-size review for how small the game was. But I put out my review thing for it. And I said, the game is stupid short. It's really just not great. It's really lackluster. And I just described how I was thoroughly underwhelmed by it. And dude, people lost their minds. I had like fans coming in and screaming at me, calling me all sorts of names and just freaking out because of it. And then it turns out like that's the broad consensus. Everybody kind of agrees. Like it was really, really bizarre to see how quickly people turned around on it because everybody was like, yeah. The German magazine GameStar, if it's German, I have to pronounce it that way, right? Otherwise I can be like arrested or something. Magazine GameStar said the leak about God of War was false. It's not Egypt. You can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. This is all I have. This is all I have. You can't take this away from me. You can't do this to me. I understand. Maybe they have a better idea or an idea that they're more excited about. I get that. But the idea I'm excited for is Egypt. And if it's not Egypt, I will go... And then I'm sure I'll get very excited for whatever they show. But if it's not Egypt, I'll be a little disappointed. The will to will on says, Luke, why don't you listen to music on stream anymore? The problem is is that we started having people that would try to copyright claim the streams and stream clips because of that. Because what would happen is it would be like royalty-free music we'd listen to. And that would end up in the stream clips. But then people would upload that audio and they would copyright strike our videos for using audio they said and claimed was theirs. Now, it's not their music. It's royalty-free. The owners have it royalty-free. But they would try to claim it as theirs. And to fight it, I would have to go and manually file appeals for each and every single one. And when I would do that, it usually would take the full 30 days because that person was not like acting in good faith. They were just trying to copyright claim stuff for the sake of easy money because their hope is, and at the time we were doing it, we were like a 10,000 sub channel on the live channel, so we were considered a very small channel. So they were expecting like, oh no, your video that got 2,000 views and made $1.35 in ad revenue got copyright claimed. We'll share revenue. So you'll make whatever, 75 cents or 60 cents or whatever on it, and we'll just call it good. And that adds up when they do that to thousands of videos. You know, they make a little bit on each one. That adds up to a lot of money for them. But for me, it made it so it was just so much time and headache involved with manually appealing every single one. And then it took a month plus to get the restriction lifted. And sometimes, you know, you would counter it and appeal it, and then they'd be like, okay, now your video is not visible globally until this appeal is sorted out a month later. And so it just wasn't worth it. I was like, I don't care about the music that much. Like, I'll be okay. So all of this to say, it was not worth the headache. It was not worth the headache. Witcher 3 background music. Witcher music is fine. I've had luck with like Assassin's Creed soundtracks have always been okay. The problem has come when it's like that specifically streamer royalty free music. There's a lot of people that try to strike it and are not cool. Dude, what's this? Oh, this looks funny. Epic Games banned a Fortnite player for cheating, banned them for life, forced him to donate his winnings to charity, and made him make a YouTube video admitting he cheated. Cheating is never a winning strat. We took legal action against a player who shared their account to unfairly qualify for FNCS. Now they're banned from Fortnite tournaments forever, and their undeserved prize money was donated to charity. And then they forced him to film a YouTube video. I shared my Epic Games account with another user, Forbes, to qualify for the 2023 Fortnite Champion Series Grand Finals. My actions violated Epic rules, and I was disqualified from the tournament. Dude, that's baller. That's freaking funny. So he gave it to another dude to grind out and boost his account, and then he took the account to play in the tournament. Is he Elon? Is this Elon Musk? No, it's Repulse. I don't know. Weird. Oh man, that's funny. Oh yeah, John AD. Yeah, just earlier in the stream we looked at it. Sure did. Sure did. That's so funny. It's like the old story of Bethesda. Yeah, here. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. Found it. This reminds me of the story from December 27th, 2018. Bethesda asks suspected Fallout 76 cheaters to write an essay about why cheating is bad. That's a little funny. They said they've told suspected cheaters they can appeal their account bans, but only if they write an essay on why the use of third-party cheat software is detrimental to an online game community. The approach, which reminds me of a punishment for naughty school children, was used in emails to players who have had their accounts banned in recent weeks. It was first flagged in this YouTube video by Juicehead, which he recorded after contacting players who had been banned for using what Bethesda vaguely called quote-unquote third-party applications. Upon closer inspection, credit again to Juicehead, it seems most bans resulted from the use of either Cheat Engine, a memory editor, or Reshade, a post-processing tool, which this is like, you know, I did that video on photorealism mods in Cyberpunk 2077. That's Reshade. Like that's just a Reshade tool for making games look prettier. So if you were using a mod to make the game pretty, that could also get you your account banned. So even this, like, you led to situations where they were gonna force them to write an essay on why cheating was bad if they wanted their account back. And the problem was a lot of people got their accounts banned falsely, and so they
Rambling Entertainment donated $10 through Super Chat. I have been playing Avowed over the weekend with Game Pass, and does anybody else thinks of Morrowind but painfully streamlined? The static world and art style really contrast the story is trying to tell.
I do think it is reminiscent of those old school, like late 2000s, early 2010s open world games. So it does kind of scratch that itch of Skyrim. It does feel kind of like old school Skyrim. And that's why I think it does not work as a $70 game. Like, I'd be kind of ticked if it were $70 and I paid $70, but I think it's solid enough as a Game Pass title, in my opinion. The static world and art style really contrast the story it's trying to tell. I think personally, I don't like the art style. That's my stance. I don't like the art direction. I understand I might be alone in that feeling, but I just don't like it. Yeah, that's my stance. Yeah. So anyway, I agree. Internet Historian video on the Fallout 76 thing is one of the best on the whole of YouTube. Yeah, that one, his video on No Man's Sky, also fantastic. Both of those are tremendous videos. Yeah, those are both great. Yeah. There was a QR code to scan to get the free weapon coming from a can of AC Shadow's root beer. Oh, really? Wow. Who knew? You can play with Game Pass. You just need to pay for the early access, which is $20, I believe. Yeah, I mean, my recommendation to people has been to wait for performance patches on day one. If you're going to play through Game Pass, don't pay for it early. That'd be my recommendation, but it sounds like a lot of people have had much better luck, technically speaking, than me. I did have some people reach out to me asking how to fix some soft locks. So I got I think it was 2 emails from people asking. They're like, I ran into a soft lock. I'm wondering if it's the same one you mentioned in your review. Can you help me? And one of them was the same one I ran into. One of them I had never heard of before, and I was not familiar with. But there are people running into problems, but thankfully it seems like it's a more niche thing. Luke, would you do some big KCD2 critique, or interesting would be comparing the Elder Scrolls to KCD2? I would be down. I think I will wait for the hardcore mode though, because I love KCD2, but I think my commitment to myself has been that I will wait until there is the hardcore mode before another playthrough. So I think that's what I'll do. But I'd be down if people wanted to see like a big critique exploring some of the narrative choices, or maybe we do a comparison, KCD2 versus Starfield, and we just compare the RPG design, stuff like that. I think that could be interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Avowed has only 13K players on Steam that bought the deluxe edition. I feel like they were hoping for more after this game being in development for 6 years. Well, it's impossible, and I think it's unhelpful to look at SteamDB numbers for a game that's on Game Pass. I think it just doesn't tell you much. Maybe you can compare it, apples to apples to something like Indiana Jones, because that also is on Game Pass, and so you could probably tell something there. But like, Indiana Jones peaked 2 months ago when it launched at 12,000 on Steam, and you're saying Avowed is at what, 13K, so just about the same number. Peaked at 13,318, which is a good number. I mean, that's solid. But I do think that it'll be interesting to see what happens when it leaves early access, because I don't know if the number actually spikes again after early access. I'm thinking most of the people who were interested in Avowed probably bought early access, and I think most people a week in might go to Game Pass and play it, sure, but I'm not sure if there's going to be a huge spike on Steam, But I mean, without a doubt, those are good numbers. That's what you want to see, especially for a game like that. But I just don't think you can do much with Steam DB numbers if it also launched on Game Pass. You know, because like if you have a PC, you could play it through Game Pass for a $20 upcharge above your normal Game Pass, you know, amount. Oh, geez, dude. What is happening with planes? A Delta flight from Minnesota just crash landed in Toronto. No casualties reported right now, but it's like, what is happening, dude? Imagine being in that wreck and just casually walking off the plane. That's crazy. Was it just ice? How does this happen? Like, dude. Is this AI? No, you can look it up right now. It's a Delta flight carrying roughly 80 passengers from Minnesota. Appears to have crashed at Toronto Pearson Airport. Numerous photos and videos have been released showing passengers safely exiting the plane, which flipped upside down. 8 people are injured. So it like lost a wing and flipped over. Like, what the hell? Jesus, dude. That's insane. Boeing plane? I don't actually know. Do we have any plane nuts in here? Can you tell what kind of plane this is? A CRJ. I don't think that's a Boeing. CRJ 900. It's a Bombardier. Yeah. A Bombardier. Dude, this is the same plane, same type of plane we rode to the Bahamas. The idea of that plane just like losing a freaking wing and rolling is crazy. That's insane. Anyway, Homelander was there. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy to think that can just casually happen, but it keeps happening. But this is the problem, is it's like, is this happening more than normal, or are we just paying more attention to it than normal? Because there's always aircraft and aviation disasters and accidents and stuff. It's just most of the time you don't really hear much about them. But maybe this is just more visible now because everybody's thinking about plane crashes and stuff because of the really visible ones we've had. So it's always tricky if it's like, is it happening more, or are we just paying more attention? And that's where I don't know. I think more attention. Yeah. Because there's been some stories of like, you know, where it feels like the world is ending, but then you actually look at the stats and it's like, okay, maybe it's just because things are more visible. You know, I don't know. Give that pilot a raise. Yeah. I mean, you look at this and you think that everybody except 8 people are injured, but everybody's just walking off the plane. That's insane. Whatever they did to make that not a disaster is wildly impressive, dude. This person was able to take their backpack off the plane. I am amazed. The world is ending. Maybe that is the only conclusion. It's like, oh, okay. Problem solved. Okay. Oh no. Okay, guys. Okay, the world is ending. I have the worst news of the day. I need you guys to keep it together. We're here as a community. We're here to love each other and support each other through difficult times, right? Are you ready? One of the greatest visionaries of our time is gone. The creator of Nutella, Francesco Rivella, has just passed away at the age of 97 over Valentine's Day. do love me some Nutella. I love me some Nutella. How crazy would it be to create something that is like a global sensation and that everybody loves Nutella? Everybody loves Nutella. Like you invented something everybody loves. How crazy would that be? To just, I can't even fathom. Like most people, if they get lucky enough to invent something or create something that's very popular and well known, there's a lot of people divided. But Nutella, like everybody loves it. Not me. I don't love Nutella. Yeah, and then you have people that are so devastated by the loss of the creator, they're in denial. You guys can be honest. You guys can be honest. I know maybe it's easier to like protect your emotions by being guarded right now. You don't need to be. You don't need to be. It's okay. We're going to get through this together. This guy made a product responsible for every great moment in my childhood. Oh no, Osama, do you need a hug? Nutella was the only good thing that happened to me as a kid. Yeah. Respect. That's crazy. I guess I had never thought of Nutella being invented by like a guy. I always just thought it was like some company made a recipe and they're like, oh, that's good. Put it out there. I never thought that it was just made by a guy. If it was, I was like, oh, it's probably made by John Nutella, Professor Nutella from the University of Harvard. So anyway, rest in peace, King. Much love. 97. That's impressive. 97. Nikki, my wife's grandma, she's about to turn 95 in July. Can you imagine? She's going to be 95 or 96. I think it's 95. Honestly, I think I was mistaken. I thought she was 95 like last year or 2 years ago, but she was 93. My bad. I hate to be this guy, but like you do reach a point where I just 95, 93. It's crazy either way. You know, I'm just impressed. I'm impressed. My grandmother is 99. Wow, dude. I have a core memory being a kid. And there was a lady at our church called Mrs. Smiley. And she was just the sweetest lady. Like her last name was actually Smiley. And she was just like the sweetest, kindest old lady. And she was 105. 105. And they would bring her to church every Sunday. And I remember she would always get like her seat. It wasn't in the front row or anything. It was like very specifically like the second seat in, a few rows back. She always sat in the exact same place. And it was just, that was her routine. And it was very, very cute. My wife's grandma's 93. Wow, dude. 99 problems, but being live ain't one. No, 99. If you reach 99, that's baller. That's incredible. That's incredible. Can you imagine? I remember going to my great grandmother's 100th birthday as a kid. Really? That's crazy, dude. Mrs. Smiley hated everyone. I had some family members who worked in nursing homes, like right out of college. And they would, of course, tell stories of like some of the very sweet people they would meet. But they also had lots of stories that were like really sad and depressing or horrifying. Like there were some people who were just nasty. Some old people who just were horribly racist or like just horrible people. And so sometimes, you know, you hear sweet stories. There's sweet stories out there for sure. But sometimes you hear some that are like, oh my God. You know? Can't wait to see how this stream improves over the next 70 years. It's not. It's just going to get worse. Buckle up. This is our peak for sure. Yeah, that's funny. Do you think New Vegas is objectively better than 3? Someone on your recent Avowed short seemed to think so. Objectively better than 3? At launch, I don't think so. Because at launch, it was, for most people, if you go back and you read contemporary articles and stuff, it seems like a solid 50% of people couldn't get the game to boot. So I think at launch, no. After patches, if you compare them like patched up and running better, I don't know, objective implies that there's a set of standards you can hold it against where it's just better in like the majority of ways. Combat, it would be basically identical because they're the same game, the same engine. Graphically, they're the same. In terms of scope, they're very similar. In terms of like maybe number of quests you could compare that to, or the dynamics of the choices and stuff. But I don't know, man. Because it was put together in 18 months and it's made with the same tools, it's pretty much like just a freaking massive DLC. Like, it's really, really good, but I don't know if you could say it's objectively better. I like it much better than 3, but I don't know if it's objectively better. Milan, unnecessary information for you. Besides Mafia and KCD, Dan Vavra's first child is called Hidden and Dangerous. Really? Hidden and Dangerous. I mean, it's a cool name. It's a cool ass name. Banana says, I suffered through New Vegas on PS3 at launch. It was rough, man. Honestly, the worst launch I've ever seen aside from Cyberpunk. Yeah, dude, that's why it's so dangerous when people lose sight of like the context of when things launched, because we have a tendency to look through rose-tinted glasses a lot. But there's some games and some things that we love and cherish today that were not like that at launch. You know, nowadays also you see, even in the Assassin's Creed community, you see people pointing to Unity as like one of the hidden treasures of AC. People pointing to Unity as like, that's back when they had really beautiful parkour. People compare the parkour in Unity to Shadows specifically, and it's like that's where the comparison starts getting drawn. And it's just very interesting to me that they just forget about the downsides. They forget about the performance issues. They forget about everything else. Witcher 3 at launch was also hella buggy. I think for The Witcher 3, the benefit was that it launched before like E3. It launched, of course, before the Game Awards and everything, and it launched before Fallout 4. And what happened with a lot of people with The Witcher 3 is that they played Fallout 4, and I was one of these people, played Fallout 4, super disappointed in it, went back to The Witcher 3 and was so thoroughly blown away at how good it was in comparison that it became our game of the year, and we loved it and cherished it. But by that point, so many bugs and patches had been patched out and fixes had been put out that we never played the broken launch version. So we missed it, you know? Jay Moore, I played Fallout 4. Should my next be 3 or New Vegas? And are they vastly different from 4? Honestly, after playing 4, it will be tough to go back. Go and get a mod called, I think it was called Easy Loot. I think, yeah, this loot menu for Fallout New Vegas. You know how you just look at something and you can select it in Fallout 4? For the love of God, install this mod if you're playing on PC. Because in Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 3, every time you interact with a box, it opens a menu. It like, bloop, and you have to close it again. It's super annoying. Super annoying. Install this mod. You'll be very, very thankful. And after that, I'd probably go 3 and then New Vegas. Finish strong. That would be my recommendation. Limit Breaks, thank you for the 5. Any ET on when you might move to the new streaming room and how that's going? Hope you and the fam are well. Thanks for the content. Keep the cats out. You're damn right. Keep the cats out. They chew on cables and get themselves in trouble. Yeah, so as for the new room, they finished the flooring on Saturday night. So we're good to move whenever. I was talking to Jacob about this yesterday, and I think what we're going to do, Ganthet, thank you for the sub on Twitch. Thank you, my friend. I think what we're going to do is either tomorrow or Wednesday, I have to coordinate with Jacob, we're going to do the teardown stream and start moving stuff in. There's a couple little tidbits where I have to figure out how to get the internet modem and router moved over. before we start that process so that we don't accidentally disconnect the internet and the stream drops. But I think Wednesday's stream or Tuesday stream or whatever, we'll move everything over there, and should be good. Should be good. It's actually a bit bigger than this room, so it's going to be interesting, because instead of this being the open side of the room and then the wall being there, it's going to be flipped. So as you look, like, this wall goes way farther out, and then there's like some doors, and it's going to be different. It's going to be different, but I think it's going to be good. I'm excited. Why the change of room? For one, because it's bigger, which will be nice. Two, it's all new. It was just finished, so it's all new carpet and everything's fresh, and I like new stuff. And three, and the most important element, is that I have to have this carpet replaced. This is all like the cheapo of the cheap builder grade quality carpet. Like, you literally could not buy carpet this cheap if you wanted to at Home Depot. And as a result, it's just, it's bad. So ever since we moved in, I've wanted to get it replaced, but I was like, I'll do it at the same time I finish the other room in the basement. We did that. So now all of this can move in there, and they can come in and replace this carpet and flooring. Jacob moving into the old room. Yeah. Can you imagine? Jacob that's where we're hanging out. Jay Moore, thank you for the 5. Also, is your shelf all one piece or separate? I need something for my figurines and Blades of Chaos. They are all separate. So, like, there's 3 across there. So from the wall right there to about there is one shelf. And then from here to there is another shelf. So whatever, I can't. Oh my God. I can't do it. Like, that is one shelf. And then it goes up to there. And then I got little IKEA, they call them puck lights. And you put them up there, and then you have little cables that run down the back of the shelves. And then I put them into an Alexa smart switch, smart outlet thing, so that I can go, Alexa, turn off studio. Isn't that cool? And then, Alexa, turn on studio. Oh no. Alexa, turn on studio. There we go. Isn't that nice? Isn't that cool? She won't listen. Yeah. She's disrespecting me. Let's see. NY Recon Jedi, thank you for the 5. Hey Luke, have you heard anything about the Knights of the Old Republic remake or Star Wars Eclipse, or is it dead? Star Wars Eclipse is in actual development hell, because apparently they spent a lot of time developing a lot of the game and then realized the engine wasn't capable of running what they wanted to build. A little bit of an oopsie. It's like deciding you want to go on a road trip, but then starting with a car that is 30 years old and can only go 50 miles at a time. You're going to have a hard time going on a road trip like that, because they didn't anticipate their needs, like, in terms of tools. And then as for Knights of the Old Republic, who knows? It sounds like they basically restarted everything and are just going from scratch. So who knows? Yeah. That Eclipse trailer came out like 6 years ago. Yeah, there's been reporting on how broken and like troubled the development cycle has been. But they basically wanted to do a bunch of big stuff and they just couldn't with the engine. So they kind of had to stop, and then there were kind of engine overhauls. And then, you know, it's just been one thing after another, apparently, which is too bad. Because I like Detroit Become Human, but that's also one that's just been missing. MIA for this whole generation. It's crazy. But, let's see. Demi Plane on Twitch. Thank you for that one. Question: were you invited to play Avowed early? Or you were invited to play Avowed early, right? I was not. When you were there, was there only 2 race options in the game? I don't know. I was not invited to play the game early. I did not do any preview of Avowed. I just got the review access, but I did not get to go or see any preview builds or anything, so I do not know the answer to that question, unfortunately. What are you gonna do? Will you live stream Monster Hunter Wilds gameplay? Possibly. I love me some Monster Hunter. You know I do. I think we will do members only streams and stuff with that. I think we will. Let's see. Missing like a Baldur's Gate 3 review. Missing like a Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, you mean critique. You mean the critique things. Yeah, the critique for Baldur's Gate 3, we basically had the option at the time of doing Starfield or Baldur's Gate 3. I started working on the Starfield critique. It turned into an 8-hour monstrosity. And so we got that out the door. And then we started on The Witcher 3, which the patrons voted on. And we got that out. And so now we're like deciding where our next project is and what our next thing to tackle is. The thing with doing a big critique of something like Baldur's Gate 3 is that it's so freaking massive and there's so much to account for. It's just, it's going to be ridiculous. And so there's a certain kind of balance where you're like, does it make sense? Is it feasible, or will it just take so much time that it's not reasonable? And that's kind of where we're at with Baldur's Gate. I'd still like to do it. But I've been trying to find what the unique hook is. Do we just explore all of the narrative stuff? Do we just look at gameplay dynamics? Like what would the unique perspective be? Because it's a game that's so big, you can't really cover everything without it turning into like a 15, 20 hour thing. Yeah, I have worked on it intermittently over the last however long. I go back to it and I try to tackle it. The big thing is like, if it's a 15-hour video that goes through everything, that's going to take us a year and a half to make. That means that we're not making videos on KCD2, deep diving that. Means we're not doing deep dives into AC Shadows. We're not doing deep dives into the new Mafia game. We're not doing deep dives into any of this other stuff. So it's just a matter of figuring out what makes sense, you know? The Crew Motorfest is next. Yeah, can you imagine? Guys, I've decided not to do that. I'm doing a big deep dive on X Defiant. Yeah. Johnny, thank you for the sub with Prime, my friend. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Are you even a real YouTuber if you haven't posted a 15-hour video essay? That's a fantastic question. Probably not, honestly. Luke, any opinion on the massive abuse of terribly optimized Unreal Engine 5 games? Everyone seems to use it, but it struggles to hit stable FPS even on high-end gaming rigs. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. And even now you're seeing stuff like this. Where is it? Yeah. PC Gamer, Avowed's best enjoyed if you ignore the frame rate. Maybe we should do this more often. And I just said, please don't normalize bad performance optimization. Please, just please. Can we not do this? Where's copy link address? I don't want to give ad revenue to a stupid take, but we'll do it this way. Because basically the argument that's being made here, yeah, I know that makes me sound like a steaming hypocrite. But he says, I've been spending a good chunk of my time recently testing performance of new game releases. And he describes specifically the 1% stat. So the 1% low frame rate, the FPS that the game is faster than 99% of the time is just 34 FPS compared to high FPSs that are around 68. But this is the thing. He's playing on a 4070 and with high quality preset, no upscaling, he's hitting 1440p at 68 frames. And then it's dropping down to 34 frames, 1% out of 99, which means that you're getting a dip down to 34, which means you're dropping 30, 40 frames, you know, when it happens, which is a problem. I mean, that's not good. You shouldn't see that 1% number be so low. What you'd hope to see is a 1% number that's very close to the average, which means it's stable. Because like having something like I was going to do it with my hands, but I think this will be clearer. Having a frame rate that is up here but dips down and dips down and then continues, that is way, way worse, in my opinion, than having something that's lower but stable. I'd much rather have it be stable than have something that's a little bit higher but is falling apart and held together by duct tape to hit that target. And this is kind of what Avowed's performance is like. Is it's pretty, this is fine, and then it's really bad, and then it catches up, and then it's really bad, and then it's okay. Really for Avowed, it's more like this because it's all over the place. But you get what I mean. You get what I mean. Yeah, Unreal Engine does not glow with style. You're damn right it doesn't. At least with open world stuff. So I think that the only way that stuttering stuff and those issues get fixed is if people make it clear that they're not okay with it. It's why I mentioned it in my review, because I'm not okay with it. But immediately you see people making excuses for it and hand waving it away, saying, no, but it still feels good to play, so who cares? And I'm like, we should care, because the second you creak the door open, the second you open that up, the worse it's going to get. Like, because you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. They sure will. They sure will. Oh, well, Noel. Thank you for the sub with Prime, my friend. Thank you. That door is already open. That's why I'm saying we need to close it and not tolerate it. Banana, honestly, the only studio I trust with UE5 is the Coalition. They've been using Unreal since 2014. They've done a good job with it. Matrix Demo and Gears, both very impressive. I agree. Like, and it changes the scope and changes how you do things. You can't do an open world, like, for example, you could not build No Man's Sky in the creation engine, you know? Like, you're just not gonna do that. It's pretty clear. Starfield kind of proves it. And so if you're working with this tool set, what you're making is going to have to look a little bit different based on what tools you're using. And I feel like the more experienced devs get with Unreal Engine 5, they'll understand what they can and can't do. It just takes that experience. And unfortunately, a lot of companies learn the hard way what they can and can't do, you know. Digital Foundry said Unreal Engine devs are working on the stuttering. Yeah, but to be fair, they have been saying that they've been working on the stuttering for like 3 years now. And it's better than it was. Like, you go back to something like a prime example of the bad stuttering, which was like Callisto Protocol, which was an extreme case because they didn't have shader compilation until after the review period and later. But I mean, that was... Sure. My goodness, excuse me. That was like an extreme case, and they've been working on it since before that, so I'll believe it when I see it. Yeah. Quickster, thank you also for the sub over on Twitch. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Is it budget concerns that cause bad optimization? I think it's also executives that just force the game out and are like, good enough. Because if you need to polish something, it can take 3 months to really polish up a game, or 6 months, or even a year to really polish the crap out of it. And with that, like, that represents tens of millions of dollars for some of these big studios. So why would they spend all that time and money if they could put it out now, rough around the edges, but good enough, and make all that money and save tens of millions of dollars? Makes way more sense. Just shove it out now. If you're the executive, if you're like, yeah, some people on X are going to freak out. Some YouTube streamers will freak out, but it'll be fine. People will still buy it. Why wouldn't you just put it out? I don't necessarily blame them because people keep buying it, you know? Speaking of Unreal Engine, what's your thoughts on the Gears of War E-Day trailer? It gets me excited. I think it looks phenomenal. I love the tone. I was worried that it was going to be like, we re-envisioned it for a fresh perspective. And it's like them, I don't even know, like singing karaoke in the bass. I don't even know what they would do, but I was braced for the worst. But it looks good. The tone seems right. And I'm excited for it. So I'm excited to see actual like gameplay and stuff. Yeah. Remnant 2 is still pretty rough. Oh, really? Yeah, I remember that having a lot of problems. Wife wants to know how Nikki is doing in Pal World. Dude, she's like a crack addict with it. When Nikki goes back to Pal World, she loses her mind. She'll like come out of... We have a guest room where her gaming setup is not all set up. And she'll come out of there looking like she just saw a ghost. She's like, yeah, I was playing for like 4 hours. I don't know. What time is it? Did we have lunch yet? Is it dinner time? Like, she goes hard for Pal World. Okay, she loves her Pal World. Yeah, she's got like 3 or 4 castles and stuff. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't even know. She'll find and do stuff in that game that I'm like, I didn't know you could even do that. Nicholas, thank you for that one. Hey, Luke, off topic, but have you seen the new Warhammer 40k models for Fulgrim and the Emperor Children? I have not actually seen those. I'm out of the loop. I'm actually going to play Warhammer with my buddy Caleb tonight. That's my expectation, at least. That's the plan. And then Furioso, thank you for the super chat. Hey, Luke, your content rocks. Keep up the great work and greetings from Bulgaria. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. And greetings from Colorado. Good old Colorado. It's Colorado, but people make fun of the way we say it. So we're all self-conscious. This is a nice long stream, Luke. Big W. Yeah, dude, it's been nice. I didn't mean to go longer than normal, but you know what? I'm enjoying it. And I do think, just so you guys know, we're going to be like revving up the stuff and the streams. What's making it possible is part of this new initiative with the new studio, because I have a mini split up there just outside of frame, and in the new room you actually probably will be able to see it, but there's a mini split in there, and that's basically just a separate AC unit, which means I can keep the studios cool while talking about games, which is awesome. Because typically what would prevent me from streaming longer or doing gameplay streams and stuff is that these rooms would get so freaking hot that I couldn't stream for more than like 2.5, 3 hours, because it would just get to be 85, 90 degrees in here. And it was unbearable. So I just couldn't do it. But now we can, because shocker, when you have lots of very bright studio lights, they're very hot. Each one of these lights I have around the room for this, which to be fair is probably total overkill compared to most streamers. They have like fans built into them because they get so hot. So they have fans that blows the heat off of the LED whatever thing that they use. And then that heat has to go somewhere, and it just goes into the room. So this room gets so freaking hot. But now we have mini splits to deal with it. It's awesome. Double 5090 and a nuclear fusion reactor. That's basically how hot it gets in here. Yeah. Penimuse, or Penimuse, I think. What do I think of Tides of Annihilation's gameplay? Yeah, the music is awesome. I think it all looks baller. I'm thoroughly excited for it. So buckle up, buckaroo. I'm here for it. I'm really hoping they bring it to Summer Games Fest and we get the chance to play in June. I think that'd be great. Asmon just has a window. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is a lot of streamers, they'll just have like the light in their room, or they'll open a window and let the light shine in, and that's good enough. My problem is I'm a perfectionist, and I also like the more, I don't know what you would even call this setup, cinematic lighting. I don't even know, but I just like the way this looks. But the way to get it to look like this is with a lot of heat. So it's my own doing, to be clear. Yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. I was going to talk about this, but I don't even know what to talk about here. I don't even know what to address, because I don't know if there's enough. Yeah, we have some games announced. Fairgame $, Marathon, Sword of the Sea, Marvel's Wolverine, Where the Winds Meet, Star Ward, Phantom Blade Zero, Saros, Intergalactic, Ballad of Antara, Ghost of Yotei, Death Stranding 2. Yeah, who knows, man? I don't know what the hell is happening with PlayStation right now. Dude, your setup is so clean. Don't downplay yourself. Well, I appreciate that. My friend. I mean, a lot of time and effort went into it. I'm a little worried about moving to the new studio, but it'll probably be fun for you guys because, at least hopefully, because you'll get to see how the sausage is made, how I go about setting up something like this, because it's way less professional than you probably think. It's a lot more chaotic. But I'm excited. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. I'm very excited to get in the new room and get things set up. So I have a good idea of how I want it to go and how I want it set up, but it's going to be, I think it's going to be interesting to see how we actually make it happen. And I don't know what prep I have to do. Maybe what I'll do is to prepare. I don't know. I don't know how I can set it up to be better prepped. So we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. It'll be good. Will the cat be allowed in the new room? I see. Here's the thing. I'm okay with the cats and the cat hair and stuff. I'm okay with that. The problem is Finley has like a death wish. He chews on cables. And when he chews on cables, it's only a matter of time before he chews on the wrong one and short circuits himself and fries his little cat body. And I don't want that to happen. Like, can you imagine if we're just streaming one day and you just hear a like, that'd be horrible. So I keep him locked out. He doesn't chew cables upstairs or anywhere else in the house. It's only when he's down here. And I think it's because he's like jealous of the attention. He's jealous that I'm not focused on him. And so he acts out. Hermione's typically better. The problem with Hermione is that she likes to lay on the keyboards. And it's hard to do things with cats laying on keyboards. So that's why she also has been banished. But maybe we try in the new room, see if they behave better. I don't know. Yeah, that Warhammer Titan next to Hogwarts is a bit chaotic. Yeah, a little bit. I don't even know, because as of right now, I don't know where like this stuff is gonna go. Because the bookshelves will move very cleanly into the back of the room. That'll work great. But I don't know where those guys are gonna go, because I might have a picture. Yeah, this is one of the, this isn't quite where the camera is going to be, but this is kind of what the new room looks like. It's already painted all black and everything, so it's already good to go. You can see the mini split right there. The camera is going to be a little more tucked back, so you'll get a further back view than this. But I'm thinking that all of these bookshelves behind me are going to go on this back wall right there. So they're going to all stretch out. You see I had them put in outlets all along, so we're good to go there. But and I don't think that this thing fits between those doors. I should probably measure it. I don't think it does. So I don't know where that thing's going to go. I don't know where that's all going, but we'll figure it out. Yeah. Put a bed in there. Cats will lay on it and steal the show. That's the problem. I've tried. You see where the ship is? The 3D printed boat and the Armored Core 6 Collector's Edition thing? I used to have a cat bed set up there with like blankets and everything, and they didn't go in it once. They were like, how dare you? We don't want it. We don't want it. Oh yeah, by the way, everybody, this is what is this? Oops, wrong keyboard. Classic Luke. Just so you know, if you sign up for my little newsletter, I just put the link in chat. There we go. If you sign up for the newsletter, we're trying something new where every week, me and my team are going and sending kind of a recap of gaming news, of the videos we put out that week, stuff like that, in a text form that just gets emailed right to you. So if you're interested in something like that, links in Twitch and YouTube chats. So go check that out if you are so inclined. It's kind of a new experimental thing we're trying, because we had some people being like, I would just, I go through my email when I get to work. I'd like to see if there's like a weekly news roundup or something if I missed videos or stuff like that. So we're like, okay, yeah, we can do that. We can have a little fun with it too. So check that out if you are interested. It's cool. I subscribe, Dad. Thank you. Thank God. Yeah. My cat prefers my giant mouse pad, so I have two. Yeah, she's a little confused on where the mice are. She misunderstood. It's an honest mistake. I mean, why would you name it that? It's a little confusing. But anyway, everybody, I'm going to go now. I'm going to call it. I've got to go get dinner with my sister. She's in town from Wyoming visiting, so we're going to go do that. So I will see you guys later. We'll be back Wednesday, maybe even tomorrow, with the studio moving stream. We'll see how much of it we can get moved over. And I think it's literally going to be Jacob holding like the phone, and we're just going to move the studio together and do that. It's going to be entertaining and hopefully not a total disaster. And hopefully we move stuff and stuff doesn't just break. So we'll see. But make sure to subscribe and ring the bell so you see that, okay? Make sure to subscribe and ring the bell for that. Until next time, my friends, I love you all desperately. Let me double check that I read everybody's super chats and stuff. Read that one. Okay, I think we're good there. And Quickster, yeah, okay, we read all those. So thank you guys for all of the very generous super chats, subs, memberships, all that. You guys are amazing. Much love. I'll see you next time. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye. And what did we say earlier? Glowing with crap. What was the meme? Glowing with style. Yes, glow with style, my friends. Glow with style. Until next time.
No!
No.